think it's really interesting that you've got these 8,000 pound, 800 horsepower cars that are road racing. Because, they're so set up for road races.
Well, well, that's that 10 top teams. They just get out there and they follow it. Other guys down the ladder. They just got
It's like, I think it's really, it's like interesting. I mean, Sunday's race. Oh, no. They say
Done.
You're done.
That's terrible.
We should do that when we do the,
It's not,
when we do the votes, you know?
it's not a good
Yeah.
thing.
Do the votes and get her
You're
done.
done.
It's a terrible thing to say to females.
What was
It's
that?
terrible.
Is it really?
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Okay, all right.
Get her done is not meant to get a job done. It's not, it's not a good thing to say.
All right, so we.
I know we're gonna get her done.
All right.
Let's go, Wilson, okay?
Yeah, 31.
31.
Again, paying attention to the yellow column at the moment. The cemetery department, that are known as the Green Thumb Crew, they had a big request to make all those folks full-time. So that's why their yellow column is pretty significant.
They were out there working diligently today.
They are out there working diligently. This- all this week and all this month. So that was something to take note of.
Where's that at, Wilson?
Page 31,
Yeah, but where at on there?
So,
very top column, salary. or very
Oh.
top row. Okay, flipping to page 32, this is special appropriations. Some of the stuff we're required to do, but the majority of it is elective, and that is the nonprofit contributions. So you have that on one of your appendices that we'll come back to later. All right, and on page 32 and 34, that's just sort of accounting columns, so no need to pay attention to that for the moment. Therefore, please flip to page 36. This is essentially the bottom line here. So if we pay attention to the yellow column, you'll see that after our first stab at the budget, we had a $772,000 gap. So it was that out of balance after our first stab. So again, this is our list here of the new money requests. They totaled in the general fund to about 350,000. Plus, we had a revenue deficiency. And so that's why our first stab was significantly out of balance,
and that's why I had the meltdown at our Mr. Board retreat.
Okay.
Oh, you had the meltdown.
Why,
I
didn't
don't
think you
remember
melt- I don't think you melt, you didn't, you were, you
It
kept.
must have been a polite melt. It must have been.
I didn't see it.
It was all inside.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
All right, so that'll take us in, if we're ready, unless anyone has any comments or questions, that'll take us into the next section here. And I'll ask you to draw your attention to 6. This one here, appendix 6. Like this. And appendix 7, which I'm sorry I left out the header on, but it looks like this. So appendix 6 and 7. All right, so as I said before, we had a bit of a windfall in cash this year, approximately $267,000 in sale of properties, approximately $330,000 offset. Now, this is an important distinction. Offset because of CARES Act. So CARES funds funded our police salaries for March and April of last fiscal year, but we didn't get the money till this fiscal year. During the stay-at-home and during the most critical phase of the pandemic. And so we have a comparable amount of savings in our own budget that we can spend on whatever. So I'm calling that the CARES offset, and that's about $330,000. And then we're expecting here any day now, the first tranche of our ARP money, American Rescue Plan. We'll get about $1.2 million over 2 years. We'll get half of that in the current fiscal year, and we'll get half of that in the next fiscal year. We've we've appropriated next fiscal year's tranche into our operating budget to make up for lost revenue. And the money we expect to get this year, I'm recommending that we spend on some one-time projects that we'll go over here in a minute.
Most of these one-time projects were things that the departments asked for in their original request. We couldn't afford, and so we are recommending funding them with our, for lack of a better word, windfall dollars that we're getting this year, so that we don't have to pay for them in next year's budget. Two of them you've already given us direction to proceed with. Splash pad, although we're not using ARPA cares for that, we are using reserve dollars for that. And the 9th Street and C Street milling and repaving. We have been holding the Powell Fund dollars, but you all directed us to go ahead and spend those on the paving this year. And so if you look at Appendix 7 here, you'll see that those two projects I put in italics to distinguish those as ones you've already given permission to proceed. The others on that list are the fire turnout gear. If you'll remember, fire's yellow column request was significantly more than last year because it contained 100,000 to buy new turnout gear. We are applying for a grant with FEMA to pay for that gear. And if we get that grant, our local contribution will be a nominal, I think it was $5,000 or $6,000, something very manageable. But if we don't get the grant, we still need the equipment because it's about at the end of its useful service life. So we'll need to find a way to pay for it. And I recommend using our CARES Act offset dollars to pay for that. Public safety was one of the things that CARES Act was intended to fund. And so to me, it makes perfect sense that we use the offset dollars from the CARES influx to pay for that turnout gear if we don't get the grant. Moving down past 9th Street, C Street, milling and paving, the toll road sidewalk, there's a place on 8th Street toll road where the sidewalk is in really, really bad shape. And it's going to require more than just sort of normal patch job. The streets department requested that in their original budget request. But I'm recommending that we spend the Powell bill funds that we don't spend on 9th Street to repair that in the current year.
Sorry to interrupt you, but far on sidewalks, are they planning on doing, I assume probably not, a sidewalk between Highway 18 down to Samaritan's First? Because you know, it's on both sides of the roads except through there. Wonder why they did it that way.
You talking about on the 268 enhancement?
Yeah, like from Samaritan's Purse up the road past like the Wells Fargo Bank and the old Carolina Mirror where Moses Gym is, there's no sidewalk there.
Yeah.
But from like there down all the way to going towards Airport Road, it's on both sides of the road.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do it.
Seems like it might be dangerous to try to cross the road there.
Let me see if Meredith's on.
And
It might be that that was already built before the new project. Because I remember they gave us the option of having a planted median and sidewalks and all that sort of thing. And I think we took planted median and the sidewalks, but that other was already built, would be my guess. And so we'd have to go back and pay for it.
So I've got Meredith, do our local rules require that new developments build sidewalks?
Only certain things will. I would say I have the 268 plans pulled up if you want me to share them.
Yeah.
I think DOT gave that as an option to us down. It almost got turned down, but I think we did.
We have to pay for a portion of the sidewalks.
It's well worth it, you know, rather than paying the whole thing eventually.
Yeah, you're right, Connie. We had to pay a portion of it.
We haven't paid it at the end of this project.
I think it's good because like there's some places in town I see people walking on the road, like on D Street between the hospital and the ABC store. I see people coming through there all the time at night. It is scary.
Yeah, I mean, sidewalks are important, and if the state came in, and, for example, when they started doing Wilkesboro Avenue 15 years from now, and it's on their lists to review, and so Hopefully, when they review it, they'll recognize the need for sidewalks, and when they actually get to constructing it, they'll construct sidewalks on it too. They are aiming to use more complete street principles on their road projects now, and so that means more sidewalks and bike paths and so forth. And so I am confident that state projects going forward will have more of those included.
Maybe just when y'all head down that way, just kind of look at what I'm saying. So like from when you turn off of 18 and you're going down 268, from that corner across from Taco Bell all the way to Samaritan First on the left side, there's no sidewalks, but it's on the right side, and then it starts on both.
All right, so what I recommend, we fix the one on 8th Street that we're responsible for with the remainder of the Powell bill funds. I'm gonna skip over traffic calming for now, because that one I know is a hot topic. And go to a proposal that a few of you all have heard about, but not everyone has heard about, but I'd like to bring it up now and take your temperature on it. You know, we know from our work over the past year that housing is a big issue in our county. It's one of our biggest obstacles to economic development. It's hard to lure business and industry here because they have no place to house their workers. And so the housing study that the EDC Commission confirmed that and talked about some of the challenges that the area has in terms of providing adequate housing. One of the things that Ken Nolan and John Yates and Leanne and I have talked about, and Leanne mentioned it publicly last week at the EDC meeting, is for each government unit to perhaps carve off a bit of their ARP funds and set those aside for housing purposes. Now, we don't have much more meat on the bones than that. It's just the concept of using some of this influx to try to tackle this problem that we have. $120,000 constitutes about 10% of our ARP collections. And so the concept would be that we save that money and use it for housing purposes. Some of those purposes might be extending infrastructure out to a promising piece of land where housing development might occur. It might mean drawing up a site plan to give to a developer to show them that building a subdivision on a property here in town would be possible, and taking some of that burden off, some of that cost burden off of them. You know, I don't know what else it could mean. It could mean building a few units of public housing in an otherwise market rate development to try to make the developers books balance and make them eligible for tax credits and so forth that might inspire them to make development. I don't know. Those are just some of the possibilities. But that's the concept, to use some of that money for housing purposes. Mr. Ferguson and Mayor, you were at the EDC meeting last week. Anything you want to add on to that?
I think Wilkesboro is really on this thing of trying to get ready for housing. And I would, whether it's infill, that's one thing that we could easily begin work on. And I think we're one of the easiest places in the county to begin infill housing development. And but planning, as Wilson said, with plats, already approved plats for new neighborhoods, for I think there are communities already planning, already saying, you bring a plan, we will get water and sewer to you. Whatever can be done to get the housing in, we really need to be on that bandwagon. And I feel like the EDC has sort of taken the lead role, in my view, with housing in Wilkes County. They brought together the municipalities and the county. They've been working with builders, bringing in people in other counties. Bladen County is one that I hear the name that's had a successful program in place to help with housing, and trying to learn from these other communities as to how we'd be ready to roll. So I think if we commit some money, a portion of this, the CARES money,
That's good. Art,
the ARP money,
yes, ma'am.
it's not known at this point how it would be spent, but there are other people going ahead and doing that here in Wilkes, and I think it would help us be on the same page and ready to participate in whatever comes up. We don't know what it is right now, but other people are working, and I don't want us to be left behind.
So this money we would keep in our coffers? Because I don't want to be donating money to build houses in Wilkesboro.
We've yet to work out those details, but probably.
Could we set it aside as like a, I don't know the term, a contingency, so if something happens, it's there? Or- I'd want to know, I'd want more information really, because I'm kind of like, it sounds good, but at the same time, like, what are we gonna do with it? You know?
I think if you'll watch Wilkesboro's next meeting, the notes that come out of it, you'll see no support for this. You know, until people vote, you don't know, but that they're on board. And, you know, none of us wants to just throw money into a pot that's, you know, not know what's gonna happen. We had a pretty good idea when we supported the, what was the name of the plan that would help businesses, Wilson?
Yeah.
In
The
this
small
community.
business recovery.
Yeah, small business recovery. You know, that was such a good thing for our community. It built a lot of goodwill even among the governments here and the businesses. Very touching, the responses we got from people. This is entirely different, but we have a huge need. We are holding our county back because we are not moving forward with housing. And not just us, but all of us within the county.
Well,
are
Ken
holding
Nolan
ourselves
even
back.
alluded to that in the EDC.
That it is gonna be
Yeah.
supported in Wilkesboro at their next meeting. But, we can benefit pretty quickly, I think, by infill development in North Wilkesboro,
Can you explain that a little better?
where homes have burned within the town, burned, were never built, torn down, demolished for whatever reason, and you've already got water and sewer to that property, you've got sidewalks and streets, and very cheap to the taxpayer. It benefits the taxpayers by getting a home there that might be worth $200,000 for you, now you have an empty lot worth 10 at best.
How do you put
If
the
you-
property owner together with the town?
And what about all the homes we have that are empty, never been lived in, I'll say for 30 years? Inherited by a child who doesn't live here, whose parents died. You know, they just can't bring themselves to sell the family house. How do you put together some people with those, I mean, those homes could probably be sold next week if we could get them on the market.
If you drive up to my house, there's a developer that bought, as Debbie was saying, there was 2 vacant lots there. He bought them, clear cut them, graded. He's gonna-
Here, above you, Robert? Kind of
Well, it'd be, no, it's below me,
Okay.
coming down the hill. It's right beside him coming up, but he bought those 2 tracks. And he's gonna build 2 new homes in there. He's out of Boone. He's got a company that he does that kind of stuff. They've graded it out. Got it ready.
You and I go by, well, maybe not here, but there's a house on our street that's been bank owned for several years, never been on the market. I don't know why.
The house next to my
That's what I
parents.
don't understand. I don't know why the banks don't put them on.
And if we,
Which house is that,
we need
Debbie?
some kind of group to work together.
Which house are you referring to?
Yeah.
Zelma Helton used to live in it,
Hmm.
beside the Homers.
Oh, down, okay.
Yeah.
So
my-
further, I don't go down in his neck of the woods.
Hey.
It's too highfalutin for me.
Hey, I don't live down there. I live up the street. That's where my parents live.
But
That's too
you know,
highfalutin.
these are the kinds of things we need people to work on. Now, maybe this money can go toward that. Wilkesboro needs infill, according to what Ken said.
They do.
And
If we could afford a second planner, would that be able to work towards something like this?
But in the meantime, maybe we could set aside some of this funding. We don't know what it would go for yet. We know we have a huge need. We need to move as quickly as we can because we're losing things all the time. People know we don't have any place for anybody to
Yeah.
live.
There's 3 houses in the neighborhood I can think of that sit empty like that. If you count my grandma's house, but she's still alive, but that's 4.
We've talked about it before, but who's gonna take the bull by the horns and spend the time to get this thing done?
That's kind of my question to you is like, I agree with you on all this, but like, how does the town carry it out? And like, what money? Like, if we set aside 120,000, how can we use that could help with things like that? 'Cause I think
And we don't know that right now. We're just saying, we're gonna budget some money to help with housing. Should try to be ready to react quickly.
Can you reduce their property rates,
I mean, the property tax rate.
tax rates?
No, no.
Well, you get people like Bert just sent this note to Scott Nathan involved, and I think is he come around to the Elks Lodge property?
Yeah, I mean, so the closing didn't take place on the 9th, but it's scheduled for the 15th now, so, you know, he's.
I mean, that's the kind of people you're gonna have to get involved
Yeah.
with what you're talking about, Debbie, and you too, Andrew.
And a real estate agent, you know,
Yeah.
that's who we need to be contacting these families. But how is it you find this person? And
You gotta have people
GIA.
like him,
Yeah.
people like that do this, and,
And the EDC's finding those people.
They're working on finding.
Wilkesboro's out there finding them.
everybody.
When you go to
They
the
should be.
Wilkes GIS, it's got the current owner's name, they may be in another state, but you have the contact information there.
So Wilson, what you're basically asking us is, do we want to include this from current funds?
Well, essentially what I'm asking you today is if you're interested enough in the concept for staff to proceed and pull some more information about what this would look like. Everybody got to come, there's no heck no's on this one.
I
Okay,
just don't want us to be left behind.
Alright.
And we're not committing to anything except trying to focus some of this money that we're being given on housing and our staff to work with the staffs from the other municipalities in the county and the EDC. Come up with some solutions.
Yeah, it's one of those pieces of the puzzle. It's kind of hard to know what to do, but I think that on my little 5 key points of what I think the town needs to do over the next 5 years, housing is one of them. And I think we need to be thinking of how we can facilitate that. And I don't know exactly how to do it, but
all right. And in that case, what I'll say is, as follow-up is that before we bring you back the recommended budget, I'll collect some more information on what this program would look like. If we hold the money or if EDC would hold the money, what kind of projects we might spend on and that kind of thing, so that you all will have some more information and hopefully some more comfort about what the money will be spent on before you approve the final budget.
This is current, right?
Correct. This would be current year, but
So
it'll,
it would be like budgeting. When we
Yeah,
get the
they'll-
ALP money, we'll do a budget amendment. You have to bring the money in, and then if you want to spend it, things will sit and send it to capital reserve, you know, to sit there for this specific reason.
but it would be money that we have to approve it before it's spent by them, or we don't know yet, do we?
sorry.
Would we would be keeping the money, or would we give it to the EDC? I just want to make sure that we're not giving money to the county or Wilkesboro to do housing stuff out there, which we need it, it benefits us, but if it's our taxpayer money, probably in town.
I agree in town.
It's also park money, Andrew, it's not taxpayer. money.
Okay, well, it's not, but it is taxpayer money in the grand scheme of things. I know what you mean.
Connie, you were just saying it would be held in the capital fund.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, I don't know what the details are, but like the small business revolving loan, when you knew all the details, you gave the EDC the money. But right now, since you don't know when it's gonna be spent, you would just say, do your budget amendment to get the $600,000, and then you would sit, you want $120,000 to go to capital reserve to sit there until you learn more about the housing and the different things that you plan on using it for. You could just send it to capital reserve for it. Now that comes out of your available fund balance and goes into restricted. But then you, while it's in capital reserve, if you find something else you want to spend it on, you can change it.
All right, moving on down the list, the grant pool. So we have a series of grants already, the facade grant, the, what's the other one called? The revolving loan that Crystal does.
And there's a mural grant program we do too.
Yeah, that one. And then we've talked about a couple of new grants, including a grant for building owners affected by the non-residential building and structures ordinance, and the small business entrepreneurial grant that we talked about with Leanne a couple weeks ago. And so what I'm recommending is that we sort of create one pool to fund all those grants with a balance of $70,000. We currently have $30,000 in that fund. I suggest we use some of the CARES offset to bring that balance up to $70,000. And when we get a grant application that meets the criteria and we want to award, we pull it all out of the same bucket. That way we'll limit our liability, but still have a healthy enough pool that we can fund a handful of grants in each of these programs. And if we don't have any applicants, then if we won't lose the money at the end of the year, it'll still be there and roll over to the next year. So that's my proposal for that. That'll also bring Crystal's operating budget down a little bit because one of her operating lines is actually money for the side grants. So we pull that out of her operating and put it in this bucket, this common bucket for all the grants.
That's a way to partner with like the private sector to kind of beautify the town in a little way. I think it's a good thing.
All right, next is essential worker bonus. So, one of the things that we kind of talked about a little bit together over the last several months is our compensation for employees. And we've discovered that our compensation is a little different than some of the competing governments around us, but that we're close, we're in the range. And depending on what job class you're looking at, sometimes we pay more than competing towns. So it's not fair to say blanket statement that North Wilkesboro doesn't compensate as well. It's more complicated. But we did run a little bit of an analysis to discover how much it would cost to boost everyone in the the police department, since that was the department that sort of inspired this conversation. And depending on how you do it, that increase would run between 50 and 100,000 more that we'd have to carry every year from now on. So that's a big boost, a big increase. A penny to 2 pennies on the tax rate just to bring their salaries up a little bit. So I'm suggesting that we, instead of doing that, give all our employees who are considered essential, and that's pretty much everybody, a bonus using the ARP dollars, a one-time bonus of about $1,000 for full-time employees. For part-time employees, about 50 cents more per hour for each hour they worked during the pandemic period. And for our volunteer fighters, $2 more per call. And if we did that, the total would be about $75,000. So if we budget $75,000 of our ARP funds for this year, we'll be able to give all our employees a one-time bonus for their essential work during the pandemic.
When you did the calculations for the police department, did you do it across the board or just for the starting pay at the low end of the totem pole? Because that's kind of what I have in mind.
So I ran two scenarios. The scenario was if we brought our starting pay up to average and then adjusted everyone's salary. So
How many officers are starting up here? How many officers are we talking about at that start level?
well, we're not talking about officers, we're talking about positions. Because if we filled one of our vacant positions, we'd have to hire them at this new rate.
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me. I should.
Do we
And
have,
that could be currently somebody that's been here 5 years.
yeah, I was gonna say, how many
So you're gonna have
positions?
somebody new coming in making the same thing somebody's been here 5 years.
Well, what just happened this week is a great example of why I think we need to be doing what we can to get the best officers. Like a police officer accidentally shot a guy when he thought he was getting his taser. And now that town is, they're in big trouble. And that's kind of why I support doing that. But I'd like to know specifically how many positions it is and what that number is. I don't know if anybody else supports it. If you don't, then it's okay, but that's where I am. Because if we have, I mean, that stuff could happen regardless how good your officers are, you know? But if you have one thing like that happen, you can have protesters come here, they could burn our town to the ground. Now, that sounds like so far out there, and it's like you never think you're gonna get attacked by a shark, but I feel like you did everything.
So-
One thing that always bothers me with abundance is that, that just handles that year. And so you're looking at starting pay for positions. And so to me, it seems like a Band-Aid for the upcoming fiscal year. So why would you recommend a bonus rather than increase?
Well, I forgot to mention that our budget figures here also include another 2.5 cost of living increase. So the salary figures in each of the operating budgets include that. So everyone that's eligible will get that 2.5 plus the bonus.
The bonus is incorrect.
Correct.
Oh, this
With the
fiscal
current-
year.
with the current money that we're gonna get next month.
That's right. So they'll get a bonus based on their compensation for this year, and then a 2.5% raise in July for the next year.
Okay. Well,
I like those because they, I don't want to use this word, but you're not burdened with them year after year. So that's essentially why I'm recommending that rather than a permanent compensation increase.
I'm good.
I will offer more information on the sort of analyses we ran, Andrew, so that you can have that information.
Is anybody else interested in that conversation? Because if not, then just not do it.
One thing I will add is I understand, you know, the danger and the police officers
Yeah.
carry a gun. But your water treatment plant operators, if you have somebody that's irresponsible there.
Yeah.
You're talking about affecting
I get it.
the county.
Yeah, and the trash, the guy picking up the trash, statistically, Dell told me, is a more dangerous job than being a police officer. And I understand all that.
The number one, most dangerous job on the survey that we saw was a logger. The second one was garbage forward, the sanitation.
But here's the thing that, it's more complex than it's over my head, but when you have a job, you have a talent pool of people that are willing to do it. How many people are willing to get on the back of the truck versus be a police officer? And that's something I don't have the answer to. But from what I hear, and I'm just hearing one part of the story, it sounds like the police officer industry, or whatever you want to call it, is very competitive. Is that true? Does anybody know? I mean, maybe all these
It
things
is
are.
very competitive,
Yeah.
but we're never gonna be able to compete with Charlotte or High Point.
Oh, yeah, I realize.
Or Appalachian or others. I mean, you know, we have an employee that's leaving the sanitation department, going to work for the prison.
Yeah.
And you know, you're always gonna have employees. I mean, I understand your point, and I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that, like you say, it's a lot of things come into
Yeah.
play with that. But we've had this issue for as long as I've been here.
Yeah,
You're never gonna be able to pay anybody enough money to stay.
well, not as an elected person, but as a citizen of North Wilkesboro, I would like to think that our town, when we're hiring these new police officers, I would feel safer as a citizen and, you know, business owner, that we were competitive with local people. And that's where I
I
stand.
think we are competitive locally.
Well, now,
I mean, locally.
Rob was telling me that we are not competitive with the sheriff's department or Wilkesboro.
Well, I think we are really close to Wilkesboro, but I don't feel like the county is apples to apples. I mean, you know, we don't have the tax base the county has, we don't have, you know, the money that the county has. And I think you would, as far as the League of Municipalities salary study that we look at, as far as cities and our size, we're competitive.
Well, the only thing that concerns me, Connie, about so much of this competitiveness is we hire a young man or woman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call it that like that, but we hire a person. We train, we spend the money to train them. Well, and then the sheriff's department says, oh, well, you know, they get the benefit of an already trained officer at our expense, so that then when we replace that officer, we have to then go through the training process.
But that's just not an officer. That's townwide. We've had planners that we have educated to be town managers.
Yeah, we
And
did.
they have left to be town managers.
Yeah,
We have water treatment plant operators that we train, and they leave to go to a surrounding city making more than our ORC mates.
Well,
So it's just, I mean, you know, I'm just saying it's townwide, it's not just.
I mean, Connie, I understand the concept of, you know, going to another municipality, but statistically, I would think that they are not going across the river. You know, when you say we trained them to do this and they went somewhere else, well, I mean, you know, that's true of any job.
It
But-
is.
But the thing is when your competition is like in your backyard, you know,
And
that to me makes it, you know, because if we're spending money to train officers for the Wilkes County Sheriff's Department,
I don't know how many went to work for the sheriff's department, but the last officer we hired came from Wilkesboro Police Department.
well, that was, as we were told, that was a facial hair issue. So,
They still came.
So I would like to know how many patrol officers this would affect, and I guess a potential increase. If it's $1,500 and it's 10 guys, that's $15,000 a year. I mean, right?
It's kind of a snowball effect.
Yeah.
Listen, yeah,
Well, so I'd have to look back at my analysis because I didn't just do the patrol officers, I did everyone.
Okay.
Although I will confess that one of the scenarios I ran would have capped the increase.
Yeah.
And so that kept it in check, but it was still pretty high. And you know, the numbers that I use are the salary study from NCLM. And they tell us that though we're not the highest, we are definitely not uncompetitive.
Okay.
That we are in the same ballpark as other towns like us in this area in terms of our compensation for police officers. And I'm guessing that if I looked at water plant operators and so forth, we'd be competitive in that area too.
in our size.
Yeah, for our side. Now, with that said, just an anecdote. You know, Connie said we can't compete with Charlotte and High Point, but she didn't say Winston-Salem. Up until a few years ago, Winston-Salem's starting salary for their cops was in the 20s. And they had a low pay range across the board. And they were not competitive with Greensboro or High Point or anyone else their size. And they had to move heaven and earth over the course of several years to bring their, and they're still doing it, to bring their pay ranges into the competitive range. And so that was a crisis for them, the degree to which their salaries weren't competitive. We're not like that. You know, if we're lower than someone, we're not so much lower. So I would say we're competitive, and that sort of decreases the need for a wholesale reassessment of our compensation structure for now. But with that said, you do want to recognize the work that the employees do, and you do want to send a message that you value them. And that's why we work hard to include these cost of living increases every year. And in the case of the current year, this one-time bonus.
But you don't think we need to look across the board right now at the pay for all our stuff?
I think that if you all wanted to, it would be a serious commitment and not something we could just, you know, kind of do some fuzzy math with, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Like it'd have to be a serious commitment.
But you have looked at what the League of Municipalities provides, and you feel comfortable that we're in the neighborhood for towns our size.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I feel good with that. I know there was a comprehensive study done early in my time. And it costs a lot of money, takes a lot of time. And it's one good reason not to stop giving raises, because once you, well, we're gonna take a year off here or there, then you quickly get out of competitiveness with others. But we've always, I think we've always given a raise. And so that's an important reason to always give, what the manager suggests, in my view, for an increase. And this gives a little bit extra with the bonus this year. So I would support following the recommendations. If y'all feel like we're in the neighborhood, you don't want us to get out of kilter either, because y'all got to figure out how to get the work done if people are not here. So,
And for full disclosure, I will share that. We haven't compared our ranges with the sheriff's department, just because we don't have that data. We're trying to. And we haven't compared our ranges with comparable jobs in the private sector. Anecdotally, a couple of the folks we've lost to the private sector. And so, full disclosure, we haven't done that comparison. If we want to take a serious look at the compensation, then we would include that data as well. But just sort of as a personal side, a law enforcement person going from the a municipal law enforcement agent to the sheriff's, going to work for a sheriff's department contains some risk as well that you don't encounter when you work for a municipality, namely that you don't have the same kind of job protection. You're essentially a political appointee, and you can be hired and fired at the whim of the sheriff. And when you work for a department like ours, you have a degree of due process, and so you sort of exchange perhaps a slightly lesser salary for more job protection. So, but if we did an analysis, we would include their rate as well.
I guess my specific concern is with those, I don't know the proper terms, I'm sorry, but the baseline starting patrol officers that we're sending to rookie school, those guys and the people that are still working that job.
I would think too, once our new chief comes to work, that would be something that person will be looking at carefully and thoughtfully.
We did have that on the profile. That's something they work on.
But you'd still be looking at the same, in my view, every department in the town, everybody on the equal pay level.
So the
You can't
data,
just single out one department, in my opinion.
the data I send out would be for the police department only, but they constitute a third of our workforce, and so you could easily extrapolate what it would cost to do the entire workforce.
If I can ask one more thing, during the budget, during the board retreat, we talked a little bit about the pay scale, and the board sets that pay scale. And with our new system, we're on a grading step, and each grade has 20 steps. And our new system does not look at those steps. So it's not gonna cost any money, it's not gonna do anything, it's just going, the steps, I'd like to ask if we could just make the steps go away. The starting pay and the top pay is gonna be the same. If you make $10.50, right now you may be at step 3. The only difference is you're gonna be in that same grade and you make $10.50, but there's not gonna be a step. I don't know if that's explaining it well enough or not, but it's just, we can actually do away with it without you saying it's okay to do away with it. And like I say, it's just taking the steps away. You're still in the same pay grade and you're still in the same range, still the same pay. When you get, normally, in the past, we would say a 2.5% pay increase because that moves you up a step. Well, now we still get a 2.5% pay increase. And you don't actually move a step because the computer would automatically calculate that, and it might be a few cents off. So our pay scale, instead of $10.50, it may say you make $10.52. But the scale is at $10.50. So we're not actually able to use those steps. currently.
So it's just a counting procedural thing
Yeah,
that
it's
you're
just to actually just change the pay scale to just a grade scale only with no steps.
I'd be fine with putting that on the agenda for the next.
We talked about it, but in the workshop, but I don't know if I explained it well enough, or heard anything that's gonna do anything. for it.
I would probably recommend that we just make that go in line with the budget, because even though it won't affect the budget one way or the other, if we tie it to the budget, it starts on July 1st, and it'd be easier to account
You
for
might
that
have to
way.
do the personnel policy thing.
Yeah, and there might be some other procedural things to it.
Okay.
All right.
Good with that.
All right, so going back to the list on appendix 7, enterprise truck lease, this is something I mentioned earlier. Haven't settled on that one yet, so that one might come out. And then I listed alleyway improvements, but I meant to list alleyway improvements, Christmas lights, and what was the other one that Crystal had? Essentially fund all of Crystal's our place, yeah.
That's the alleyway.
That's out of current year funds. All right, so let's go back to the one we skipped, traffic calming. So we have a general fund capital project fund for streetscapes that has a balance of about $21,000 left in it. And I'm recommending that for now, we budget that. Most of the work that we're going to do with traffic calming, we can do with existing resources, but we know that there are some enhancements that might cost some money out of pocket. So I recommend that we designate that money to spend on traffic calming projects for the coming year.
How much is that?
About $20,792. And
What's that on?
so if you look at the bottom of this sheet,
Oh, okay, right here.
yeah,
Okay.
Wilson, what can we get for $20,792?
well, we might be able to get 20 speed bumps. We're still working
I
out.
feel like we need to have physical things. You know, for people
That's
to
gonna be
see.
so fun.
So I confess that, if we were gonna do a wholesale improvement to the entire grid and square off every corner and, put a speed bump on every road, it would cost more than $20,792. But I think that that's a sufficient amount to let us do some test things in the coming year, to let us do maybe a handful of speed bumps here and there at strategic locations to slow the traffic. So it'll let us do some starter projects and get started. If we discover over the next year that through our tests and through other data, that, a traffic circle at the intersection of Finley and Hinshaw is what we need, and it's gonna cost $100,000, well, then we'll have to wait until next year to budget that money and install that. But I feel like having a little pot this year to do some of those smaller projects and some of those experiments with is a good way to get it started.
Have you talked to Robbie about a law enforcement component to this? Because I feel like without something like that, it might not be successful.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about that, and this is part of their portfolio. I mean, they go out there, as you've read on the emails, even those folks who want more of a presence acknowledge that they're out there some of the time. If you look at their monthly reports, they pull over 40 people a month for violating traffic laws on the town streets. So there's a current enforcement presence now. To enhance that and not put other law enforcement activities at risk, we would have to enhance their resources somehow.
You would have to put a new patrol.
Yeah. You would.
And I had, just so that, because my biggest thing with the traffic calming is that I think our biggest goal as a board is deciding what we as a board are willing to pay for traffic calming measures. What are we willing to pay? And if we are willing to pay, where are we going to get the money from? Because our revenues, as we've seen, are finite. So something's gonna have to give. Now, I had approached Robbie last week about this. And so one of the things about traffic enforcement with the police department is he informed me that on that particular day, he had 4 officers on his day shift. And those officers are responsible in the morning, which is main drive time, to attend the 2 elementary schools that are in our municipality for safety and presence of mind, that they are there to show the children that A, cops are good, and B, they're being kept safe. Which to me also is very important. So here he's got 4 officers on duty. Those officers are, being put to work at the elementary schools, and then they have all of their other duties that they have to attend, whether it's domestic violence, whatever. We still have a certain amount of square mileage, mileage in this town of roads to be patrolled. So I asked Robbie, I said, he said he could do it with the current resources, but something would have to give, like he'd have to take somebody off of detective or somebody off of this, something would have to give. So I asked Robbie, and this was strictly my request, because again, I go back to what we're willing to spend. So if we were to give him an officer that's sole duty was traffic enforcement, so that his normal group could do what they normally do. He gave me some numbers, and just so that you know, to add a North Wilkesboro police officer was a base salary. Probably you had between 32 and 45. Is that, what is the 2 numbers at that top line? You've got 32 and
Sorry, I have to
45.
look at it, see. Yes, that's the salary range. Oh, I'm sorry, no. The 43 is benefits.
Okay, does that include the insurance?
Yeah, so the
Right.
32 is salary, and then the 42, 43 is salary with
Right, so
benefits.
Basically 43,000, and then he has a uniform allowance of 3,500. I assume here, Robbie, based on what you said, you would not have an additional vehicle already in the garage that a extra officer could use.
Correct, we would have to purchase a new vehicle.
So that's a $45,000 expense. Then a $2,200 expense for background investigation, $2,500 vehicle maintenance, so that your first year commitment to this would be about $96,250. And then subsequently, second year would be 46,000 roughly. So again, my biggest concern on the traffic calming is that the traffic calming is only going to be as good as much as you're going to be willing to enforce it. Because you can put up 500 speed limit signs, you can put down, 50 speed bumps. But if a person who's already breaking the law, because coming through these good streets, speeding, not stopping at stop signs and things like that, that is already breaking the law. They know they're breaking the law. So if you have these other things without some kind of teeth behind it, I think we've wasted money putting in these calming measures. So that's my spiel. What is this board willing to pay for this measure? And how are we gonna pay for it?
I'm willing to pay the $20,792. I feel like we're already committing money for officers being out there, enforcing the laws. And we're a small town. We've got these grid streets. DOT itself says the way that it's going to be resolved is to build a bypass. We either get behind that or we don't. We have chosen not to do that in the past. That's the way DOT says that's gonna be resolved. But right now, today, the $20,792, I'm willing to put on top of what we already do to enforce traffic calming on our grid streets in North Wilkesboro. Because we see budget's tight, got a lot of things we want to do. We've created a meltdown already in financial officer. But, you know, every one of us sees how tight these dollars are, how many ways we want to spend money. And it's not as if we're ignoring anything. And I don't think we can afford to hire another officer.
Well,
And that,
I'm like you, Davey. I wasn't advocating for this. I'm just, this was just because based on what I'm seeing from the public is if they don't start seeing measurable differences, that this is going to only escalate because you have people that have taken this up as a cause. And so,
well, I guarantee if you hire another officer, that is not going to be enough. It is not. That person can be, they're going to be going to court. They're just going to spending, it's been explained to us, every ticket that's given, the officers have to go to court. Hours and hours sometimes and getting nothing. I mean, no results. They don't get any results with each court visit. I'm sorry, I didn't say that very well. It takes a lot of time for the officers to follow up on the tickets. It's not just give a ticket and somebody sends their money in. And so that is not going to resolve the issue until we get to the root cause, which is that to minimize the traffic flow through the town of North Wilkesboro, we've got to have a bypass. And there are, like with every action we take, there are reactions that will change some things. We've changed traffic flow by putting in the four-way stops. Pushed the traffic on to 6th Street and 9th Street as it's taken off of Trogman and Henshaw and 8th. So everything we do has a reaction, and I just think this is a good start. I appreciate that Wilson's tried to experiment, still is willing to do that. We've never had that before. Somebody willing to just try on some different things. There is nothing that is going to make this go away. I don't care whose cause it is or how many people get upset about it. Ultimately, we're responsible for the budget. If you want to spend 3 times what Michael's just quoted and put it in traffic calming, it's not going to fix the problem.
Robbie, could you do it with a part-time officer?
It could be done. The problem is, even if we hired a full-time officer, you're talking 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day. So do you put them there in the morning at the peak time, in the evening at the peak time? They can't be there all the time. They can't be at every intersection all the time. They can't be on every street all the time. I kind of agree with Debbie. The biggest thing is going to be to deter people from driving through the neighborhood. And the big question is, what would deter them from driving through the neighborhood or slowing down sufficiently? So, that's why we talk about speed humps. If we put speed humps on Fenton and you cut through there every day, you're going to say, I'm not cutting through there and driving over all those speed humps. I'm going down 2nd Street. And the key there is deterring people from going down through the back streets. And you're going to have to place them strategically on some of those streets to deter those people. One of the things that Wilson and I looked at was, if you put them on Finley and you didn't like driving over the speed humps and you lived on Henshaw or Trogdon, you could still go down to L Street at Book Power and turn right and drive to your home without going over the speed humps. There will be different avenues to get to your home without going over the speed humps. But it would be But for someone cutting through, it would be more difficult for them to go and cut through L Street to this street, to this street, to cut through, because it would take them a lot longer. So I guess I got off on your question of a part-time officer. I don't think it would make a difference.
I'd
That's-
rather spend.
If
the
that's
money
all
on
he
it.
did, if that's all they did, if he all he did,
But if they did part-time and like, at part-time, you know, their schedule could be 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And every other day, like Monday, they did the morning shift, Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning. And they set up at a different place around town on these grid streets, every one of those days, either or.
We could do that. The other part of that is I'm not gonna be able to find somebody to do that for $12.50 an hour.
And what about court? Don't they have to go to
They
court?
have,
when get
yes, they
ticket?
have to go to court. And then once they start going to court, depending on how much time they spend over there, then they become a full-time employee.
Well, that's why I am for actually doing the barriers, the speed humps, whatever is inconvenient to the folks flying through. Because they stay there and we don't pay them nor feed them.
Exactly, yes.
I think this money needs to actually be on the streets where people can see it.
right.
And if you could do it tomorrow, I'd applaud you. If we could do
Well,
it tomorrow.
And I agree with you. And Wilson, said something to me and it made a lot of sense. And I agree with that one. I had the same train of thought as him. Is we don't want to jump right into this and go, let's throw up 15 stop signs. No, let's do this correctly. Let's take our time. We get some citizen input, we get board input. Let's take our time. Let's do this correctly so that we're not 5 years from now going, "Man, why did we do this?" So we'll take our time and do this correctly.
And bear in mind, I went to the DOT presentation, it's been at least 5 years ago, where they were there for the region. They pointed out the reason the people go on these grid streets. There's too much traffic on D Street coming into town, Old 421. There's too much on 18 North. They come in, they're clogged into North Wilkesboro. Second Street was built for that. Second Street's 50 years old, I guess, by now. No turn lanes. Second Street is overloaded. So there's just no good way to get from here to there without going on these grid streets in North Wilkesboro. If Second Street has a wreck, according to those DOT figures I saw, it backs up traffic. It can back up for hours. One wreck can
Sure.
create havoc, and also on D Street. So it's just, there are too many cars coming through a little town.
So Debbie, what would happen there is if you had your speed humps, and I'm not advocating speed humps. I'm just saying, if you had your speed humps, you would still have connectivity of, there's a wreck here. It might take me longer to go around it over these speed humps, but I do have another way to go around it versus if I came in and said, let's put a barricade up at Finley and 18. Just don't let anybody in or out. That was a lot of, but you can't do that. We all know you can't do that. Because you have to have connectivity in case, just like you said, there is an accident on Second Street. People can go around. It may take longer, but they can go around.
Well, I say I can't, I live on,
And we have,
I live on,
Like a main thoroughfare.
is that your street number?
no, that's where I
The
had,
main
Well,
artery of it.
where I live
Finley Avenue?
at one time. I live on for, 30,
31 years?
31.
Been there 31 years.
So you watched that traffic grow, I'm sure.
I know.
You probably had kids that could cross the street and play in the
No, I
yard.
did not.
Ever? Or
I didn't
ever?
never.
It's always been busy.
but it's grown more than I was like.
Whenever-
It's
It's easy to speed through there.
It's got to, and I saw, I live. Boy, that's, one, what I say,
31 years.
I did. It gets to now. The what?
Your windows rattle.
No, they do. Them planks, everything. But it's a problem. And it gets late.
Irritates you.
It does, and it does, it's getting late. Now,
When I read those emails that came in, there was one person that said, when we bought this home recently, I guess, that we thought we were moving into our dream home. We didn't know we were moving next to a highway. And that really kind of,
Coming through Finley, were they referring to that?
I don't know where, I thought they maybe were from Trogman, but that kind of made me feel bad for them. But, I think we've got a problem. I think that a lot of the people probably don't have time to address us with it, but they're probably suffering, so to speak. But back to Deb's point about the bypass, is there anything we can do to support that more, or?
We could support it. We have not supported it. And even this board has been very divided through the years as to whether to support it. That's 20 years out. If the board started supporting it today, it's going to be 20 years before, my guess, a bypass would even be started.
Well, I would, I have some information to share on that. It's actually moving along pretty well at the state level. And I think they said they're gonna start real estate acquisition in 2024 and construction in 2026. And of course, it'll take
Do we
4
need,
years to get done. So really probably about 10 years before we see it.
do we need to do anything to support it better? I
Yeah.
support it, so that's.
We
all I'm
could, we could go to the state and, just share our support for it, but I don't know if there's much we can do to speed it up.
Well, if
That's more
268 is
speedy
any
than I-
indication of how speedy the DOT can be for a project
oh,
concerning this town, then
We could all be dead. by the time.
I'll be.
uh, 268 was supposed to be completed 2 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I think longer.
3 years ago, I think.
And I mean, it's still about as atrocious today as it was 3 years ago. I mean, so.
I'm very heartened by hearing what you say. I am a believer. I know it, and I'm just myself.
No,
I
you
am
got
a
me
believer
too.
that will alleviate traffic coming from Elkin, from 18 north, that is just trying to get up 421. They don't want to stop here. They're just trying to get up to 421.
Now, I'm gonna say, I have been against it. The reason I've been against it or worried about it, more worried about it than against it. In that with our downtown district, people will not be coming through North Wilkesboro. They won't see us. They'll be bypassing us on 421. They'll be bypassing us on 268. And so there's so many people who do just stumble upon us that will easily, my concern is.
Go away.
Go away, yeah, that we won't have the foot traffic we have now in North Wilkesboro.
But our grid streets will be quieter.
Yeah.
So,
And I think we need to have programs that let people know. I think we need to market our downtown properly, and that won't be an issue. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have a highway sign on 421, which has some kind of snowman on it or something.
I just leaned over to Michael joking, and I said, just put up toll roads. It used to be a toll road. You're a toll booth.
Yeah, it's a danger if you do and danger if you don't for
I know.
retailers. I don't know how you feel about it, Michael. But
Well,
And really, we're getting off the topic here, because what we're trying to decide, I
I'm
think,
thinking
is,
retail.
do we want to spend the $20,792? Do we want to?
I'd like to
I'm
spend
fine with
every
that.
piece on it, every dollar on it, on whatever will be laid down on a road that people can see and know that it helps.
I want to help those people. I will say, just, I absolutely hate speed bumps, but I feel like it sounds like that's the only way to do
And
it.
I believe the folks in that email see us always talking about it and talking about it, talking about it and not doing anything.
That's what I got at.
And there'll still be people, if they want to speed hump on their road, and they don't get it, that's exactly what they'll think, that they didn't do anything. But there will be some speed humps bought and put out and whatever else y'all feel like needs to be done. And I don't see how we can come up with money to hire an officer.
I don't either, Debbie. I mean, I just was given, I'm not advocating, I truly am not advocating that, but I also don't want to spend $21,000 and, trying to, put a Band-Aid on a gash, because it's just as easy for us to look like we're throwing good money after bad, if you spend $21,000 and nothing seems to change, then, that's my whole point about what is this board? To what length is this board willing to go to try to truly address this issue? I mean, I agree with Rob and I agree with Wilson about, baby steps. We don't need to go out there and just make wholesale changes. But
And
we
as far
spend $21,000 and we see that, okay, we need to spend another 21,000 or another 30,000. Are we willing to go that route to make the problem better? I just don't want to spend money that's just not going to be perceived as trying to truly fix the problem other than placate it. That's what I don't want to look like we're doing. It's just, oh, well, they just threw a bump here and that's supposed to make it all better. Well,
it's gonna have to be a combination of our officers and our whatever we put to the ground. I'm very comfortable with our officers. I feel like they can easily work with this issue with the speed bumps and still do their normal job that they would have done before the speed bumps. I think we're gonna have to make some areas where it catches people's attention. We know where people don't stop, the four-way stops. I know one thing Caprice suggested, and I kind of agree with her, and I should probably suggested you too, is just sitting up there and just popping your light and sound when somebody is rolling through, or, we're gonna have to do some work with men and women on the ground, but I feel very comfortable that they can do that, as well as a good combination with what we'll purchase.
I think $21,000 will help. It'll buy some things, and maybe those speed humps can be moved, can they?
We're looking into that, and there are some out there that you can move. They're more than $1,000, so we wouldn't be able to buy 20 of them. But we might be able to buy 2 or 3 and place them strategically and accomplish what we want to accomplish. Or at least test that.
Have we had, we talk about Toll Road and 8th Street. We haven't had a lot of discussion about 6th Street. I don't know if there's a lot that we can do there because of the way of the gravity of the fuel.
Robbie and I talked about that, and remember the first experiment we ran there was a pinch, try to narrow the road. And there was nominal improvement based on that experiment. And so we've been talking about ways that we can perhaps narrow the street permanently to sort of psychologically make drivers feel like they're in a tighter spot and reduce their speed. So yeah, there are some options that we can try there. We also talked about the possibility of putting a pedestrian islands there, or maybe even a small traffic circle there down towards the Methodist Church at one of those intersections. And that would have the effect of making people slow down enough to make it safer for the folks that live across that street. But those fixtures wouldn't be so big that they affect, say, an ambulance or a fire truck going up that road. So there are some possibilities.
We probably made 6th Street worse
Yeah.
by putting stop signs on 8th Cogden and 10 through the years.
We could stick a sun on 6, but we've got to figure out if that's possible.
Well, they say it's not.
I
We
don't,
probably made traffic on 6 worse by trying to calm it in these other neighborhoods.
my opinion of stop signs is that they're not there to control speeds and traffic, but to reduce traffic conflicts. And so if you've got an intersection with a weird sight line where there's a lot of conflicts, perhaps you put a stop sign there. The other effect that stop signs have, and they would have on Sixth Street during rush hour, is they have this sort of accordion effect. So now, even though people are speeding, at least they're traveling through there smoothly and expeditiously. But if you put a stop sign there, you know, you've got people playing the four-way stop game, then the traffic's gonna back up. And the sounds of speeding will be replaced by the sounds of slowing and accelerating while everyone's trying to get through the stop sign. So I don't really think they're intended to solve the kind of problem that we have on Sixth Street.
But
Well,
what you
they were
need us-
put there, excuse me. Go ahead.
What you need us to do today is say, you put $21,000 in the budget. Is that what we are happy with, or do we want more or less?
Correct.
So I would say I am happy with $21,000.
Won't you say, him, give him little time to, you know,
Little time to do it.
little, yeah, little
How
more,
much
more,
time?
more of that, more tap, more, him,
Give him more,
Cash,
right,
more money.
right.
and where's it gonna come from?
Just give, just get, I'm talking, tall, I mean,
See what he can do for the
yeah, right,
21,000.
right. And if you do.
And so you would be a thumbs up for giving the 21,000 now.
And then, and he warn he can't, later,
Later if he's needed.
if he can't know,
More later if needed.
yeah,
Renegotiate.
Right.
How would
Right.
you-
I
how
mean,
would
you
you
know.
do that in the next fiscal year, Connie? How would you, where would you allocate?
Well, this is coming, he's got this coming from the capital reserve that he should do right now, with y'all moving, doing a capital, budget amendment movement.
yeah,
You've got other money sitting there
Oh,
for
that's right.
certain,
This is
for
new.
certain
Right, yeah.
items.
Oh, yeah.
That you can say, okay, I might not need that for, and I think Wilson's took some of them like that, you know, from, you may have something sitting there for a car, a vehicle, that for $20,000, and you say, well, let's not spend it on a vehicle, let's move it over here to the traffic calm. You know, so there's, y'all can move it wherever.
Yeah, so with that said,
Yeah.
let's turn our attention to this attachment. So this is actually the middle, the left column is the fund, source of funds. The middle column is the current balance. The right column is the balance after the proposed use. So this sheet sort of supplements the one we were just looking at.
Which one is it? What number?
So appendix 6 and 7.
Seven.
That's- 7 is this one, it's not labeled.
And can I ask one
Oh,
question?
Yeah,
Okay.
hard back in
Looks like this.
these two.
Okay,
Listen, you
thank
don't,
you.
you don't have to answer this, but I haven't heard you say anything about it, and you're one of the people in this room that actually lives on one of these streets, and you just moved there. Do you feel comfortable sharing your experience at all?
I'd rather not, because I don't want to.
Understand.
I want to be neutral on this matter.
Okay.
Why? 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 Why?
I think that's a good suggestion.
I mean, I lived on the corner of 10th and F Street for 15 years. Of course, that's at the bottom of Roller Coaster Hill. And I mean, I can truly attest to the amount of traffic, because I lived there before the four ways on 10th Street.
Yeah.
You had roller coaster hill literally.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they dukes a hazard over the top of it to see how far they could go before they landed
That's
again.
true, too.
And then coming up from D Street, The old cars must not have had much on because they had to be doing 55 by the time they got to the S Street and cross, so they could make it up to the top. So, and I mean, I understand what it's like to live on these grid streets, because, you know, the traffic, we had side porch on that house and it stayed just black.
My mother drove me down
Road
there
grind and
intentionally
stuff.
as I was like 5 years old.
I had 2 dogs killed on that street. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, you know, it is a problem, but
All right, so this sheet that we just went over was the projects that I proposed funding with their proposed funding source. This longer sheet is the funding source with their current balance and what their balance would be after we allocated the money as I proposed. So I'd like to draw your attention to the top part, the general fund, capital reserve fund. These are the other pots of money that Connie just alluded to. So if we spend the 2792 and we discover that something's going to work really well, and we want to install one permanently, we can look to these to find extra dollars to pay for the permanent solution. The 2792 is actually down here towards the bottom. General fund, capital projects fund. So this is actually left over from a project from before that had to do with streetscapes. But like I said, if we spend that, find there's something else we want to do, we'll look to the general fund capital reserve fund for that. With that said, I am recommending that we spend some of the general fund capital reserve fund dollars, including the 15,000 for the sidewalk repair. If we lease some trucks, 15,000 from the vehicle replacement fund for our first lease payment. And actually am recommending that we enhance the balance of the revolving fund, the revolving loan fund, by adding the extra money from the CARES Act to make that our overall grant pool,
What do you mean the revolving loan, just that, or you mean that whole pool, the whole grant pool?
the whole grant pool.
We'll probably change that name. to-
Yeah, we'll change the names.
Because that revolving loan doesn't really get used much, does it? Like the other.
Not a lot.
It's never been used so far, you know,
Okay.
had issues getting off the
Yeah.
ground.
All right, so if you look in the second sort of table there, this is the, this sort of shows the cash that we got in this year. Our total fund balance, and I delineated the unrestricted there at 4,381, the CARES Act offset at 335. I'm proposing that we use about 120 of that, so that'll go down to 190. The tranche of ARP dollars that we're expecting in the current year, I recommend spending about 200,000 of that, so that'll take that balance down to 420.
What's a trench?
Just half the money, a portion of the money that you're expecting to come. The sale of properties, I'm recommending that we use all that. Same for the sale of our surplus sanitation truck. Power bill, I need to adjust that because we've actually allocated 132 of that, so I need to make that correction. And then, of course, contingency funds where we have already earmarked those for the splash pad. So that'll take that fund down to just $1,200. But that will be replenished after July 1. General fund capital project funds. We have 127,000 in the fire and public safety building fund. We'll take that down to about 52, but maybe not even that much to get the study done by the architect to tell us how much that project will cost. And the building rehab and condemnation, I recommend, perhaps not this year, but in years to come, spending that on the Jenkins wholesale building and figuring out a way to take that down. We may even spend some of that this year doing assessments of the building, figuring out what the contaminants are, etc. That stuff's not free. You can get some help from the state and the feds on that, but usually there's a match required even for those.
I'm glad you're doing that. I think that needs to.
So as you can see, we can do a lot of things with the money that we're holding and still have some left. Which is why I felt comfortable recommending that we fund some of our priority projects in that way. So
It's a real relief to see some things being able to be done. After we had to be so careful.
So I'll probably bring those proposals back the same day I present the recommended budget, just because they're kind of intrinsically tied to one another. And ask you all to sort of approve those, sort of as a supplement to the budget I'm going to present to you. And we'll have all the relevant budget amendments and other procedural things that we need to do at the same time. And I think that's what the first meeting in May. So you'll kind of have two big budget-related items to consider. One is my actual recommended budget. And the second will be this kind of supplemental allocation of current year funds to these projects. And just for your own edification, at the bottom, it's got our debt capacity, which is around 31 million. Over the next few years, we're going to use an additional 5.4 million. So that'll put our future capacity at 25,491. I'm not saying you have to spend that. In fact, you probably shouldn't.
I'm not saying we can pay it back.
That's right, because you have to pay debt service on it. But legally, if we wanted to, we could borrow that. So if there's no objections, we'll proceed with that. Okay, ready to move on? We need a bio break.
Before we do move on, you do need a bio break, that's fine too, but to Debbie's comments and points, and I think Bert was alluding to it also. The biggest reason the four-way stops were put on Trogdon and everywhere in that area was because in that time period, there was a lot of mothers and fathers that lived up there, had kids and stuff, and they backed out in the street. Absolutely, with all that traffic zipping through there. You remember that, Debbie? We decided to put the four-way stops up, and I'm not saying that was the best. It's not the best solution, I guess, for what we're facing now, but it did help those people to be able to get out in the street, go take the kids to school, go to work, what have you. That's the reason those four-way stops were put up there to start with. Bio break.
Bio break.
I guess.
All right.
I have to.
Refill this cup.
But that's the reason they put there, Andrew.
That sounds like a good reason.
Well, it wasn't, it may not be now, you know,
Yeah,
I don't know, I mean,
I think it probably helps. People flying by, you need to back
well,
up.
yeah, I mean, the four-way stop does slow them down to where they can get it in and out.
But then too, you've got those four-way stops, and like they said, if they come to a stop and it's one of those trucks without a muffler on it, and then they're.
Yeah.
There is no good
Solution.
solution. And everybody's got a loud car.
If you have to weigh the noise, which is terrible with the safety of people, the safety's gotta come first.
That's right.
Yeah,
If it works.
so maybe we should start up some kind of noise ordinance. I mean, you could stop people all day long on Main Street.
No,
These little cars, you see these little teeny tiny little cars, and they're all rough looking and everything. And they're, you know,
it vibrates the windows,
Well, if there's anything we've learned, is that we don't have the staff resources to enforce the laws we have now.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
We gonna have.
I think we just need to start a community petition, just get people.
I got it, I
And
got
that
it,
there was
I
AR,
got it, I got it.
47,
Burt's got-
whatever, say,
Burt's
"Don't
got
go down the
weapons
street."
in the elbow, don't you?
Do you live on this street, then get over it. But what I wanna see is the first person that comes through Finley with, speed bumps.
So Wilson, are we at the adds and deletes now?
No, sir, we still gotta go over the revised general fund budget. So that's number 10.
Okay, so we're at 10.
Roman numeral 10.
Early ball and
On what?
She talking to me.
No, what you say,
It's a number 10.
what you say?
We'll be on number 10 when we start back.
Okay.
Tell y'all an interesting story about when I was in middle school. We'd always take breaks every day to go to the bathroom, but
Right there.
things on YouTube.
Yeah, well, for some of us, middle school is a far distant memory.
We used to line up the kids that were having problems when I was in the English class that, we go to the bathroom, y'all can fight in the bathroom.
I remember after lunch, John Yates' mother would read us books. She let her heads down.
Oh,
That was in fifth grade.
that's really sweet.
Yeah. I remember Charlotte's Web every day. I was law.
Some pig.
We had middle school, I went to middle school at Woodward, Stonewall Central Building. It was so much fun. Did you go to school?
I
at
went
Central?
to Mills Creek Elementary when it was up for the church.
Okay. So like,
Had that big auditorium and stuff.
The
Okay,
old-
here in the fifth grade.
the old Central Building, like, you had the gym, and then you went down like pretty steep steps to this, like, the locker rooms for the football team were down there. So the way it was is they had a door here and a door here. When you go in, they had these cages in the middle full of football equipment. So
Had pages.
we used to like sing the wrestling matches down there, because there's never any teachers down there.
Hmm.
What building is that now?
You know where Cornerstone Church is?
Yeah.
That was the Y. The one behind it was Wilk Central. So it was actually Central. And then when I was in school, that's my parents.
It was the
went to
middle.
It was the middle school.
So it's been high school, middle school, and now private.
Yeah. So like,
It was, yeah.
How about that?
so the gym is up here, and you have to go down these steep steps, and there's the locker rooms, and there was a couple like help rooms with the,
Like vending machines. too.
yeah, like a lot of times the teachers, when I was in middle school, they didn't, if they weren't in the help rooms, they didn't go down the steps to the locker room, so like it's pretty much like free fall for all the kids.
It's weird because those buildings look like they're one campus.
What's that?
I loved it when the wild.
Woodward?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, that's right. You're young enough that you would have gone to Wood.
I did go,
So interestingly enough, when we were talking about earlier about the interconnections between the two water systems,
yeah,
one of them is right there,
yeah.
like in the front lawn of, sort of between the two buildings. There's one of the.
Well, the bridge used to go right there behind Midtown Garden. The road went right in front of that. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Oh, I've seen the
Yeah.
buttress for the road there.
So like,
yeah, that's been built since I've been in town.
yeah, when I was a kid playing basketball at the Y, that's where it was.
Isn't that interesting?
After I schooled them up, Dad would take me to the Texaco and I
We
did.
used to play football down there in that little old ball field
Yeah,
below it.
In the smoking area behind it. Between the English building and the other building, and all that whole parking
that
area.
like, the
was
quiet
the
area.
Smoking.
Kind of didn't hang out there, but she just. was
No,
nosy
but
and
I
looked.
went to school there.
She
Yeah.
just,
You hang
Just-
out.
just
smoking.
everybody
I was
else
the fir- I
is,
was the first
But
class
I
in
never did
graduation.
understand that.
from
You
high
had
school,
elementary,
and
I
then
mean,
you
high
went
school
to-
people.
See, Connie was out there trying to talk them out of it. You shouldn't do that.
And then up at West Wilkes, everybody was up in the woods smoking something.
Oh, God.
Not me, but everybody else.
You were trying to talk them out of it. I
Yeah. I was down smoking areas.
understand. That's back when the doctors told us they were good for us.
Good for us.
Didn't the tobacco companies used to say, yeah, they were good for you? They mellow you out.
yeah, they, folks in Winston-Salem would just send their person out. Try to convince everyone.
Good for you.
Well, before they start putting all the chemical stuff in, they get hurt. Start putting chemicals in the tobacco.
I remember when, like, the month after I graduated college, I went to interview for my first job at some law firm or something. Winston to be a researcher. And they were like, this was before the state had outlawed smoking. We're still, it was in a tower downtown, and they were like still smoking in there. I walked in there, and the cloud, and I said, I can't.
It's crazy. When you think back now that that's the way it was, it's wild.
Oh, when I was in elementary school, we took a field trip to P. Carlisle in Greensboro so that we could see cigarette manufacturing. And then they gave you a bag to take home to mom and dad. I can remember that, I can remember the apple festivals downtown where they would be handing out these little 5 packs of
Yeah.
cigarettes at the apple festival, and I mean,
Yeah.
they must have gave out 100,000 of them at the apple festival back in the day,
Back when
so.
I worked at Northwestern, they had those 2 little satellite banks right there beside of Tyson, the Holly Farms there. And we had a lady that would come in and work part-time, her name is Kay Holt, and she went to the races, the Kentucky Derby, you know, she was from Kentucky. She was just very elegant and really, you know, really classy, older lady that came in and worked part-time. But she smoked, and she would wait on customers at the drive, it was all drive up, it was Beth Forrester on one side, me on the other side, and 2 girls on the inside, we didn't have a manager or anything. And I remember many times that Kay would be giving somebody a break at a window, and she would have her cigarette dangling, and she'd, how are you today? And have her cigarette hanging while she was waiting on customers, so that was funny. Thank you, you have a
I
good
think we're
weekend.
probably better off now than we were then because our health.
Like I said, you know, field trip that you got a permission to go to the cigarette manufacturer in Greensboro. That's,
I used to really like
That
those
was a
candy
money
cigarettes as a kid. I don't think they have that anymore.
You can still get them.
Candy?
Yeah, or they're candy sticks now.
Oh, candy
They're
sticks.
probably at Mass General Store if you're in Boone.
they are, because I had to buy a pack of them to take me back to my youth.
Nice.
Funny.
John,
Why don't you just light up now? Just all light up.
there were some
See what everybody thinks about it.
pictures when John and Gary were little, like at birthday parties and stuff. And Gary, all the boys had their hair buzz cut, you know, in the summertime, how they had to look. He had on like the little button down shirt and the Madras plaid shorts and everything on, and he had black cornrow glasses, and but he was only about that. I don't know how old he was, but he had a candy cigarette. He looked like a 40-year-old,
Nice.
a 5-year-old.
All right, go ahead. So before we move on to the next section, I just want to draw your attention to the CIP fund for the general fund. I think you all was on a longer sheet. Mine's on this. So you'll see the debt service payments that we got outstanding that we paid this year. And some of the other capital items, a little part of them. Yeah, that's one. Yes, ma'am.
And on these, the red is still the high priority.
Right, red and yellow. So you'll see some of the future projects that we're gonna try to fund in the coming years. All right, but moving on to part 10. Would like to go through appendix 1 again, this time focusing on the green column. So the green column is the adjusted budget after we've taken out service level changes, AKA new money requests that we can't afford, and taking out the projects that we just talked about that we're gonna pay for with current year funds. It also adds to the revenue, the ARP dollars. So before we get started though, I do want to talk a little bit about the ARP dollars, specifically using them to make up for our operating deficits would seem to run contrary to one of the principles that we listed at the beginning. And that is not to spend one-time dollars on ongoing expenses. But I think it's okay to make an exception in this case because all we're doing is replacing lost revenue that we presume is going to come back at some point. And so it's not spending a windfall. It's not budgeting a windfall to carry on operating expenses. It's using relief dollars that the federal government is giving to us for the purpose that they were intended for, and that is to make up the lost revenue that's lost as part of the pandemic. With that said, there is a bit of a risk because we don't know when the interest rates are going to go back up, and our interest revenue and some of the utility tax revenue and so forth is going to recover. So next year, when we don't have ARP funds, if those haven't recovered all the way, we'll have to make some choices and talk about ways to make up with those funds. We will have fund balance money, we will have money in other reserves that we can perhaps look to. But I just wanted to say that in the interest of full disclosure that, that's one-time money that we'll have to hope gets replaced somehow next year. Okay, so turning attention to page 1, the green column. You can see by and large, most of the revenue is the same with the exception of the ARP dollars, which is on page 3. Green column, page 3, ARP dollars about 2/3 of the way down. You can see the 430,500. That is not in the yellow column, so it wasn't budgeted at first. All right, so that brings our total up to 7,160,488 for the general fund. Keep thumbing over to page. As you come through, you'll notice that the green column is different from the yellow column in several areas. The most notable of which begins on page 13. So Meredith's original request was for 333,000, but what we're recommending in the green column is 265.
And her biggest portion of that was the request for an additional planner position.
Correct.
We shoot for the moon next budget.
Well, we can shoot for it now, but
No,
if you can find some offsets for it.
See, once you make that new position, you would have to make that new position. And the only way that we can even balance the budget this year is with our ARP money, without any new positions. So
I said, I'm just wishing. Just wishing.
you bring us back down there.
I know, it is much needed. We just gotta figure out how much.
Well, this is a controversial thing to say, but it's you all's decision to make. And of course, you got to do it collectively and get everyone to agree. But you concluded, for example, that we had too many people in the public service department, or we had too many people in the police department. You could move one of those positions over to her. And give it to her that way. That's a pretty big deal. And I'm not saying that's what you should do, but if you wanted to do it, you could.
I'm not really
Let's
there
just-
about that.
Let's
That's
just say, tell Meredith to hang in there and try her again next year.
Okay.
yeah.
I agree. I mean, I do think it's something we need, but we do have to look at everybody overall. I asked originally, 4 years ago, I believe, for a second planner. So I've been
Well-
asking a long time.
I mean, the problem with this last time though, Angela, for me is that you had a planner that was also doing code enforcement in addition to planning duties. And so now we've eliminated that task out of the planners. So, like I said,
I still think there's a need. I'm not gonna stand up here and preach about it and make sure that we get this done this
well,
time.
I almost like, if
But
we
I'm
were
gonna
gonna,
continue to say that we need that second planner. To me, a planner is what grows the town. I mean, I appreciate you, Wilson, but the planning part is key for a healthy growth in the town.
well, to me, I think we were gonna look at that because this was the same argument we had, well, not argument, same discussion we had last year. Was, could there be a combo position that would also not only help Meredith in the planning, but also give Wilson some help in his duties? Because, when we were kicking around that whole attorney thing, that was one of the things we were saying, well, if we had this, it could eliminate some of this. So maybe down the road, maybe we could look at a combination position.
Well, the Lead for America fellow is gonna sort of test out whether having an extra staff person would
Is he
make us
gonna
more
be
productive.
here in person? Because our other person during the pandemic was in virtual world.
Yes,
He's gonna be in the office?
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, we'll probably have he or she work remotely sometimes, but
Yeah.
it won't be all of it like Sierra was.
I mean, is there the potential of bringing somebody in like that, that they could do things that could maybe help us fund grants or do some kind of things where we could save money that might pay for a position like that?
So, yes, this person might be able to help Meredith on something, but it won't be a technically trained planner, and so it's not going to be able to help her on some of the things she's looking for relief on. But yeah, it'll probably be someone we can apply to search for grants. It'll probably be someone we can assign doing some analysis on.
The Jenkins thing?
Yeah, the Jenkins thing, I essentially described to the school government who's helping manage this project that I'm looking for someone to kind of be our management analyst. Sort of take these ideas and do some research and figure out how to actually take something from a conceptual phase and implement it. But if it's someone that does have a background that translates into planning, then yeah, we could test to see whether having an extra body would give her some relief. So, I mean, I think we're going to get some good work out of this person and accomplish some things, but we're also going to be observing to see what kind of effect having an extra body has on our sort of efficiency and effectiveness overall.
When are you planning to bring this person in?
August.
Now, all the green column numbers, they make our budget balance. So if we live within the green column world, we're going to be okay
Yes, sir.
With the art,
With the ARPA.
with the art money,
with the ARPA.
without the art money. we
No,
would- we would
We'd be $430,000
We would
short.
be taking stuff off.
Yeah. Okay, next one's
Oh, sorry.
page 15.
I had a question, Wilson.
Yes,
You
sir.
brought up something a second ago that I think about a lot, and it's like she said, probably controversial, but is there processes the towns do to evaluate? I mean, I guess we use the police department since you're sitting here. How do we know whether they're understaffed or overstaffed? I think about things like that.
Yeah, that's one of the, there's definitely, they have formulas they use to sort of determine their effectiveness, like one of them's officers per capita. I don't know where we stand on that, but one of the things I put on Chief Rankin's work plan that Robbie has picked up, and that I'm hoping we can accomplish by the end of the fiscal year, is to take some benchmark measures that ICMA publishes, ICMA being the International City Managers Association, my professional association. Some benchmark measures that they've come up with to evaluate the effectiveness of police departments and see how we fare on those benchmarks. And it'll paint a picture of how effective we are, how we compare to other departments, etc. So we're collecting that data now.
In general, I feel like governments are good at growing positions, but when maybe they should contract here or there, they don't, so that would be good. And the ICMA, that's where I pulled that document for the town manager evaluation process was from there.
Page 15, you can see Crystal's bottom line came down, pulled some of her stuff out of there.
Listen, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
$8,000 a year for website maintenance? I mean, I have a pretty extensive website myself, and it doesn't cost me $8,000 a year to maintain it.
That we use, that's what they charge.
Is there something about municipal maintenance as opposed to like standardized maintenance?
Smart that. Well, one of the things about ours is that, we only use a fraction of its capacity. If we had extra people, we could make better use of it. We're adding to it little by little here and there, trying to enhance it, but, there's still a lot of capacity we don't use, but the fact that any of us can use it, and that it's fairly simple to maintain.
Well, see, and I still have some problems with the website because although it is better than what it was, it's still not user-friendly.
No, it's
I
not.
don't think it's user-friendly at all. It's like, try to go on there, and I've mentioned this to you a couple of times, try to go on there and find out the Zoom meeting number, for example, and it's, you know, if
It seems like on our webpage that there's a big picture and you always have to scroll down to like get the content or something.
so anyway, I think that's a lot, and the other thing too is the $31,000 for the advertising and promotions. Who kind of oversees what she spends that on? Because again, I think I have gotten feedback from several people that feels that we are not maximizing the dollars we're spending on promoting the town. We're not getting a very good return for what we're spending. So, I mean,
One thing I'll say about marketing our town is like, and I've talked to Crystal about this a little bit. I've seen some ads, I heard an ad on the radio, I thought that doesn't really, we're not getting our message across. Like with your advertising dollars, we need real specific goals of what what vision we're trying to give to the person hearing our ad or seeing it. It all needs to be coherent. Otherwise, you can spend marketing money that honestly has the opposite effect of what you wanted, and you spent money on it.
Well, we marketed during the pandemic when nobody came out. You know, we'll see you next year. I'm not sure how much that motivates people to come to North Wilkesboro when they wait a year and they just think about, oh yeah, I heard that commercial last year, so I'm gonna come down there. I do think, my thought about the entertainment factor and the tourism factor is I would be interested in having some kind of committee come together and make the decisions of the entertainments based on the various, you know, like Andrew, his music background, an artist, their background. I'd like to see, just, is it possible to have a committee so there's more than just one person thinking this out?
Well, wouldn't the downtown partnership be the organization to deal with that?
Yeah, I don't know where the fine line starts, where that, how much the partnership does versus staffs. I'm not sure about that.
I feel like marketing with the limited budget we have should be really allocated. I had thought about this, I had a document at home that had notes on, so I'm kind of speaking off the cuff here, but for instance, like specifically, like if we're promoting our events, like this band is coming, or this event, the Apple Festival's happening, or whatever, that has a real targeted thing to it, instead of just like, well, we've got a North Wilkesboro billboard, but what does that do? Instead of saying like, you know, maybe you have a billboard that does say come to downtown, but instead of come to downtown, maybe come to downtown this day for this event. Because in turn, if somebody comes to an event downtown, they're going to see our downtown. But they might actually respond to a specific advertisement for an event or something versus just come to North Wilkesboro. I just don't think that's effective.
Well, it's hard to narrow down to a large population too. It really
I
is.
wonder if it might be helpful to have somebody like Thomas Sally come talk to us at a work session. Thomas, I know he works for the TVA, but, I mean, he's a pretty impressive guy to meet him, and I think he sees all of us marketing together as helpful. I don't really know if that.
Well, so having a generic sort of message helps stretch your dollars, because you could spend your money getting it out there on the billboards and on the radio and on the pages of the magazine, rather than creating the specialized commercial. So if you created a commercial or a campaign for each event, you wouldn't be able to spread it as widely because you spent more money doing that. I don't really know if their situation is comparable to ours, since they have a dedicated funding source. He has a much larger budget to use for advertising than we do.
But I was thinking maybe he would understand how you reach people. I just think Coke Gallery, they have great billboards, I'm sure y'all have seen them. They work. Jim gets, he finds out how people get there and they work. It's easier, I think, when you have a specific store like that. And Michael, you do a lot of advertising that's eye-catching and specific, but I don't know how a town.
And I have a local girl that does that. I have someone that's here in the county.
Yeah, I think we might be worth looking into somebody that they are a marketing person, because when you run a business, like regardless of what kind, I mean, marketing is one of the hardest things to get right and can really matter. It can make a difference. And like, if people are, okay, I heard an ad that we ran for North Wilkesboro that was on the Appalachian State football game. And to me, the ad sounded like a race was about to come on or a wrestling match, but it was advertising downtown North Wilkesboro, we're blah, blah, blah. And I was kind of like, that's not, we need like, from a general, we'll go back, not specific events, but from a general standpoint, I would like to see what's the main thing we're trying to put out about our town messaging, and it needs to be consistent through all our media platforms, you know, the way we're doing it. And it needs to be, it has to be, why North Wilkesboro? Like, we have
Maybe we
to,
need to ask Wilson to get somebody to come to a work session that we could focus on marketing the town. I don't know who that person might be, but, you know, we don't know how to market. We're not marketers. And if it's something the board feels that we need to be involved with, I'm not sure I feel like that we specifically need to be involved. Maybe you can help us focus down on what we could talk about in a work session to find out if our marketing is effective, what we're doing and is it effective.
Who's working with Crystal now to do the current billboard she has? She obviously has a marketing person somewhere.
I think she hires someone to design them, but she chooses where they're posted and on what forums they advertise.
I mean, the reason I brought that up is it's the second largest expenditure in her budget. And, you know, so I just, as a board member trying to put together a budget, you know, if you're going to present, we need $31,000 for this particular task. I just want to, again, make sure the money is being spent effectively to accomplish what it's meant to accomplish. So, and it is, I mean, that's like I said, that's the second, behind salaries, that's the second largest single item in her budget. And so that's the reason why I asked.
Well, you know, she
Well, I'm
She was
taking that
picking
back.
the
She's got
bands.
$47,000 for events. That's my bad. But,
Well, she was picking bands and paying the entertainment, you know, and I'll give Crystal a, she's bringing Scythian to North Wilkesboro, and that's a pretty big deal. You talk about a place that will be crowded and well-attended, that will put us on the map for a few weeks ahead of that. So I think Crystal's had some home runs, and I think she probably has it in marketing, and don't we all? Because that's how you run a business. You have a home run and then you just, you know, stop and turn around, figure out what you do wrong.
well, for what it's worth, on my little things, I think the town could do better. The, you know, the top 5 key points I have, one of them was housing, one of them is marketing. I think it's that important. So if we can do something to improve how we market, I'm all for it.
And I do, like, you know, like our one billboard is way out there. It's right when, like, if you're going to Boone, it's where the pond is. You know, the pond in the house that's always sat there for years, where Bruce Church, where the churches live behind it. You know, that's a big old billboard, and it's pretty good ways from North Wilkesboro. I don't know that people will drive from the church residence into North Wilkesboro for a billboard that far out. I
but
think
no, some of that is driven by what's available inventory wise with the billboards. Because I know for a fact that, you know, just because you want that billboard in that spot, it could have been leased for the last 10 years and you couldn't
True.
try it with a Chromebook.
I just like to see it a little bit closer to home.
I think we need to look
I think
into,
Michael's right, that we, you know, we're getting questions from people. I get them too about, is our marketing effective? And I don't know that. And I don't know how we change that right now. I wouldn't want to cut anything because
not
this
asking
is
to cut.
with spending this amount of money. And so maybe you can help us with.
The thing that's hard to identify is because, I could bring y'all back tomorrow, the number of viewers or readers or motorists that see our advertisements. That data is easy to come by. What's harder to come by is how many of those views translate into visits. And then how many of those visits translate into dollars that are spent. That last one is particularly tricky because the industry has formulas that you can use, but they're really like questionable. And a lot of other economists and so forth say that, the tourism industry exaggerates the effect of, the spending impact that visitors have on an economy. But they're there. I mean, we could, my last job at the CRVA, we use those formulas all the time. So you can easily, if you can figure out how many visitors you have, you can find a formula that tells you how much money those visitors pumps into your economy. But what's harder to find, as I said, was how many of those views or listens on the radio ad translated into visitors. To do that, you got to do surveys. Those aren't free.
They also are not that effective.
They also are not that effective, right? Because you got to get a big old sample size, and even then, you got to ask the right questions, and so that's the. And I'm sure people in the industry could advise us on how you figure that out. And so I'll look around and see if there's a good sort of way to figure that out.
I mean, not to sound funny, but in the overall scheme of things, $30,000 is not a huge marketing budget. I mean, it's not. It would probably be helpful if maybe once a year or every few years, Crystal could, or whoever could do a presentation on, this is my marketing plan and this is the things that we're trying to do, and show us the pictures for input, or just look into finding a marketing firm or something that's probably more expensive, but I don't know. I would feel better about it.
I would be interested in having Crystal present what she's laid out in her plans, for us to be able to know. I mean, people ask all the time what's going on.
And how she makes those choices and how she evaluates whether they're effective.
I asked her an email because I was really curious about it a few weeks ago, and she sent me a lot of information that I looked at.
There's also a billboard coming from Winston that it talks about town.
I just drove up through, I missed it. So I just drove up through there yesterday, I missed it.
Yeah.
It may not be, it
Something
may
about
not,
Antioch, isn't it?
yeah,
About Antioch Church Road.
yeah, they don't show it constantly, but it's there. I mean, it just don't appear up there and stay there.
So does it flash and go away, or?
No, it changes to different things, Angela. Well, we can make
We
it
knew
flash
what
if
you
you want to
meant.
flash it.
We knew what you meant.
Sorry,
All right,
Robert,
so
I
we'll,
apologize.
We'll bring more information to you on that before the final vote here. If we can keep on going through, let's go to page. County public buildings, what was the reduction we made there? The maintenance and repair. You can see as you're thumbing through that none of the big departments, police, we reduced theirs by a phenomenal amount. Garage, of course, was the next big one that had a new money request. To make their part-time person full-time. That we did not recommend.
Can you remind me what a separation allowance is? This is back on page 19.
I was kind of to help with that, but I will just point out, because I had a similar question, that this is just for the police department, so there's the one for everyone else is somewhere else.
It's the retired police officers, it's their supplement that they receive between, until they're age 62. They have to be age 55 or have 30 years of service when they retire. And then we pay them a separation amounts. It's something that the state, it's a state mandated.
Okay. So it varies from year to year.
For instance, Chief Rankin retired and he'll only receive it for a few months because, even though he's over 55 and had his 30 years, but, age comes into play. But we have several, at least 5, I think, that have received it now, 4 or 5.
Is there a maximum amount that a person
It's
gets?
based, there's a formula, it's based on their salary.
Green column for garage, you can see, as I said, smaller than their request. Same for fire, significantly smaller than what they requested, because we're gonna pay for their big expense out of current funds.
Any chance of being close to being able to budget for a full-time chief?
For fire? In the current year or in years to come? Or in the next year or? in years to
In the, not the current year, but the next year or even the next year,
We
is it in?
budgeted, last year for the extra positions that they've not hired the 4th engineer, but there is 4 positions now.
I really feel like a full-time chief would be, in the fire department, would be a plus for North Wilkesboro. Upgrade our ability to be more professional, and Jimmy, he's done a great job for us and we all appreciate him. I would assume he sees complete retirement in the fairly near future. I guess that is part of how we get to that point. But, Wilkesboro's had that for a long time.
That is not included here, but I do envision us moving to that model at some point. And if it were, say, mid-year, we would come back to you and recommend a funding plan and ask for approval for it.
How are we gonna afford moving forward as a town, the full-time fire model? It's on subject.
Well, so I think moving to a full-time chief is a good first start. Because they would spend some of their time that they're not on the scene or overseeing training, figuring out how that full-time model would work and how much it would cost. So literally, they'd be the person doing the analysis for us and bringing back the information we need to decide. But the full-time model is probably too expensive to maintain, because you would have to have, 3 full-time crews. And right now we have 1, so you'd have to triple your cost there before you did anything else. But in my opinion, it's kind of like a spectrum. At this end of the spectrum, you've got a fully volunteer department, and over here you've got a full-time professional department like in big cities. And we're kind of in the middle. And I'd like to move us closer to that full-time spectrum, where maybe we have a full-time chief and, instead of 4 full-time positions, 6. But I don't think we could go all the way over to the far end of the spectrum without significant revenue increases. So
I would like to see our fire department and Wilkesboro's fire department seeing what they can do to be working together, because they already go out on a lot of the calls together already. Because I don't see how we can ever afford what it probably needs to be moving forward. And they may not be able to either, but if we work together on stuff, maybe.
I agree with Andrew. I think in the past, there's been times where people didn't always agree to work together, and I think that's changing. I see that changing.
I think it's changed already.
It has, I think I'm not saying it's perfection, but I think we've made a big leap towards that.
I think the one thing we have to do before we ever consider a model where we, work more cooperatively with them and share equipment, like a ladder truck, is make sure that we wouldn't get penalized on our ISO ratings. So if we could convince the ISO organization to sort of evaluate us as one, or, substitute a really strong mutual aid agreement for ownership of an aerial truck of our own, then maybe it would certainly be worth doing. But if they don't do that, and we trade off our very good fire rating for more cooperation with our neighbor, it might not be worth it, because the money we might save in tax dollars, residents would spend on their insurance rates.
Is Wilkesboro's ISO rating the same as ours?
I think so. I don't know, but I'm guessing it probably is.
What if we shared a chief? I mean, it seems like that might be helpful. But this is not the place to talk about that. I recognize that. We need to have some sort of discussion on how we might move forward.
That certainly could maybe generate more goodwill. Have one chief and 2 fire departments.
I think it would be best for it would, to at least look into it, would probably be the good thing to do for the citizens of the community of both towns, in my opinion. But
You'll lose some of your rating with the insurance people.
I'd like to know for sure.
I would too.
Before we vote on the budget, or just?
Oh,
No, not me.
how do you ever bring this up to talk about, to look into that? What's the process? Just put it on an agenda, or?
It sounds like that I'm getting a thumbs up from the majority of the board that you want to consider it at some point. So, yeah, we'll put it on the agenda over the summer, maybe. Okay. Keep going through to page 25. The number of street projects that we've planning to pay for with current year funds that we took out of this budget to make it more manageable. As they can see on page 26, their request is that what we recommend is significantly less than their original request. Sanitation was pretty good. There's flat. Recreation, we talked about a little earlier. We'll do the enhancements to the outdoor courts, but leave the woodlawn enhancement for another year. Cemetery, we will make a capital purchase of a rear discharge lawnmower. I think there's some safety benefits to this, but the real benefit will be beautification, because now the mowers won't discharge the grass clippings on the sidewalk or the street anymore.
That sounds great.
All right, so turning to page 32, that will take us to appendix number 9, nonprofit request. Like this. So, what Debbie has in the, or excuse me, what Connie has in the recommendation is, what was it, to give everyone
It's
what they
not
asked?
really a
Okay,
recommendation.
not really recommendation. But you can see here, that
It's to
it's the
show
request. I got
It'll show what it would be if you did it all.
Is to show what, Connie?
What it would cost if you did it all, what.
We
if you
doesn't
did-
matter.
Granted
I don't wanna go
everyone's
there.
request.
Yeah, but neither one of us felt like making a recommendation. Correct.
So you can see, interestingly enough, that the Captain Barber Shelter did not make a request this year.
We talked about this last year, about changing it. Do you remember that
Yes,
discussion?
when Ed Evans was here, he gave us some information, I think, from either the School of Government or the League on. I wish I could put my fingers on it.
I have it
Maybe-
home.
Maybe you could find that, because when you were here, when Ed was here, and it would have been during budget making. And there were some guidelines for us to use, organizations that would have, that were accountable, that had their books audited every year, that had the same kind of goals we have. And I can't really remember much else, and I think we meant to develop a policy to use making these decisions, because we reflected, and indeed, the barber shelter had not had their books audited, and we had been giving them money, and that was something we would not have done again, at least at that time. So I wish we had that now, but we don't. So
Well, in the letter that Connie and I send out, we reserve the right to deny folks funding requests if they can't demonstrate to us that they got their affairs in order.
And how do they demonstrate that?
They send in, they send in a copy of their audit.
So everybody that's on this list, you have a copy of their audit.
What is ADAP?
Adult developmental.
Yeah, it's a very good file.
It is.
Yeah, it is. I'm the board member.
What do they do? Like example?
Developmentally challenged adults, it gives them job skills and training and programs, and especially this year, their number one fundraiser that they normally do is always been a springtime luncheon, where the members of the agency actually, along with people, serve lunch at the Methodist Church, and people tip and raise money, and it's,
Oh, okay, cool.
yeah, and they didn't get to have their luncheon last year, and they're probably not going, they're talking about moving their luncheon to this fall, but it's their number one source. I mean, they raise $50,000-$60,000 with that luncheon, don't they? I mean, it's
Yeah.
a ton.
They did, yeah.
Where do they do their workout? Where's their building or whatever?
Boston,
Yeah,
It's over
It's
Off
down
of
to
Will-
68 across from Hope Ministries.
there.
As you turn up Legion Drive, I think it's there. The vocational.
no, it's not.
No, that's
No,
not
that's
okay.
that's not, that's
Okay.
vocational workshop. ADAP is down Boston Avenue, and it's gonna be on your left.
Oh, okay.
And like, it's a mobile home, or it's not.
Modular,
It's a what?
modular home.
Yes. They do good work.
They do too.
Oh, it's, and those, it's so much, it's a real joy to be around those people. It really is. I mean, not just the clients, but also the staff. I mean, I think the world of Robin, and I will tell you something, if you ever get a desire for some of the best darn cookies you've ever eaten in your life, you need to place an order. Because now they can make some cookies.
For several.
okay, Michael, now you're a proponent of this organization, so this fiscal year, they asked for 3,000, you gave them 1,500. For the upcoming fiscal year, they're asking for 5,000. What would you think would be fair?
Because of the financial hardship that they've experienced with the pandemic, if we can afford it, I would strongly support that figure. Because,
5,000.
yes, because,
That's
to me, and I've always said that nonprofits have taken more on the chin during this pandemic than probably any other sector of the economy. And so I would support the 5,000 wholeheartedly.
Well, no point in intending. And I'm with you, Michael, but if you do it this time,
We do it every time.
are they going to
Expectation.
expect the next time?
I would be okay with 3,000. That's double what we gave them last year. I think 5 is a lot of money.
Well, Commissioner, going back to something you said before, I agree with Ed, and I've seen other towns and cities struggle with the same thing, and that is, having every nonprofit under the sun come and ask for money, and board is left making hard choices and naming winners and losers. And one of the things that I think would be helpful, although we'd have to start it in the fall or the winter in order to have it in place by next budget cycle. Because we reach out to these folks in January, so it's one of the very first things we do. So if we were gonna change our policy, I think it's worth considering. We'd have to work on it in the fall, but one of the things I've seen other cities do is sort of set their priorities for outside funding and say, housing is a big issue, so we're gonna give preference to agencies that do housing related things, or youth development's a big issue. So we're gonna give preference to agencies that do work with youth. I'm looking at this one and I'm thinking, museums aren't our priority. We think that they have other pools of benefactors that they can turn to. So we're not gonna, they're gonna be lower on our priority. And so to identify those types of agencies that you want to fund and whose goals align with your goals would be a way to cut down on some of the hard choices that you all would have to make. So if you're willing, I'd say that that's probably something worth revisiting in the fall.
I think that'd be a good idea. And also I've been circling ones that I feel are directly involved with our town that like the Wilkes Art Gallery. They're critical to North Wilkesboro in my view. Now, $12,000, I don't know. Last year we gave them $8. Our money has not increased. The only reason we're doing okay is the art funding. I would say we gave them 8,000 last year.
Let me interrupt enough to say, we maintain the building. I mean,
Oh, right,
we,
that's
we
right.
put a $30,000
Really?
to heat
You, heat and air
HVAC
unit.
units last year in that building.
Two $30,000.
I mean, a total of about $30,000 last year.
So do you think?
And we still gave them the money.
What about 6,000?
There you go, okay.
Very good. I'll go for that.
The one thing I should have taken off the Wilkes Law Enforcement for the fireworks, because we moved that out of special nonprofits into the tourism budget,
Okay,
and I forgot to mark that off, I'm sorry.
and the EDC, being the town's representative on that board now, I feel like I can say they do try to be good stewards of the money. They do try to help North Wilkesboro. In the past, we clearly felt they did not.
did.
But I do think Leanne and Robin try hard, and I support giving the $50,000.
How much does Wilkesboro pay?
I concur.
None.
Nothing.
They
Zero.
reduced their contribution, I think, to 40 or 45 last year. But their request was 50. They just only chose.
Oh, you're talking about EDC.
EDC.
I'm talking about Wilkesboro in general does not give funding like we are giving today.
I see.
And we have not given it in the past, like during the
That's correct.
recession of 2008, we didn't give money for anybody for a few years. So, and the library, I see we gave them 5,000 last year. I know they're a real asset to the town.
Part of that
I
last year
think-
too, I think, helped to do the story walk.
Yeah,
In the park, part of that.
I
We-
think
we
we
did
still
some
need
of
to
that
give
work.
them
That's
Yeah.
important to town.
the library.
So,
back
can we
there.
go back to ADAP?
Yeah.
Are we settled at the 3 or, I mean,
I'm not, honestly, I've never said much about it. I've never said anything about it. I'm just not, I don't feel like that it really meets our goals of trying to promote our town. If I want to give money to ADAP, I should be giving my money to ADAP. If you want to give your money to ADAP, do it. I'm not sure the people of North Wilkesboro, although we probably, I don't know. That's just my personal. feeling.
Well, at one time, they used to do the cemetery. Yeah, They could go in the cemetery and all that at one time.
So do we need to stop and look at this and say, what is in North Wilkesboro and benefits the economy of North Wilkesboro?
That's what I was doing.
For example, the Wilkes Heritage Museum.
Yeah, that's a big goose egg as far as I'm
Me too.
concerned.
Me too.
But the Greenway, the library and the Greenway, we're
They-
just going down the
To
list.
me, they affect North Wilkesboro in a positive manner. The
library.
Greenway and the library.
The Greenway,
Greenway.
has given us back more this year than we gave them. They gave $10,000 on the construction of the sidewalk at the ABC store. They gave $20,000, the Greenway,
Okay.
and they gave us $20,000 on the extension of the Greenway was behind Memorial Park.
Yeah.
And they gave, I'm not sure on the amount, I think maybe 75, maybe 5,000 or 7,500 on redoing the deck on the Greenway at West Park behind the dentist office. So
Well, it's a symbiotic relationship because we also help them with their maintenance
we do all
and
the maintenance.
repair on their trails. So it's a symbiotic relationship.
We do all the maintenance. So I was just gonna bring that. I'm not saying what to give them, I'm just saying that.
I mean, I think a lot of these organizations are good, but I am sitting here asking myself, we're having to use ARP money to make our budget work this year. Give the money away.
Now, you guys, for the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, I have went to Wilkes Community College and presented them with their check for the Safe Skills Test. What I'm gonna say here, and I know this doesn't sound too great, but lots of those folks are from all over the state of North Carolina. They all come together. And they're asking for 10, we've always given them 5. And that's the expectation. The community college will be happy with 5 if we are willing to do that. Now, with that in mind, that $5,000 does go for just not only Wilkes County students, but the whole auditorium of the Walker Center is full of kids from counties all over the state. So that is something, just to think about. And I'm not saying,
Well, let's
I'm not
first-
saying we need to fund it.
Why don't we first look at what we feel like directly affects North Wilkesboro? And like, I think the art gallery, I think the EDC, I think the library,
Greenway.
the Greenway.
Now, you talking about the college?
Yes, the college, the skills test at the college.
What do you say you get then?
Well, we gave them last year and the year before $5,000. They asked for 10. And they put all that money through the skills program
Well,
up at the Walker Center. It probably serves, let's say, 45 kids that are in this county, and the rest of those kids come into this county for that skills test program.
well, it takes a lot for them, to them. I mean, there's more.
I think we still need to give them the $5,000.
I think we do. I mean, I'm a board member. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I know
So that's the
that.
Wilkes Community College.
I'm just saying that because of what Debbie is saying, and if we're thinking what benefits North Wilkesboro.
Well, people, all.
I've asked
all
how many students from the county are there.
There's some people of North Carolina
There's not many.
I'm not a real
This-
supporter.
are you
of
talking about
giving them money,
full-time,
but
or you
I'm not
talking
gonna
about-
fight it either.
Coming to that event is a lot of kids that are not Wilkes County.
If there's a lot of Wilkes County kids go to school over there overnight. OJK on the
Are you saying the money we give them goes to the city?
It goes specifically
I
to the
would
skills test.
recommend just maintaining the level that we.
Yeah,
maintained in
yeah,
the past.
right.
That's what I
I'll do
said.
Okay,
So we'll do 5,000 for the community college.
right.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I just want you all to know that we are not benefiting as many kids in Wilkes County as you think.
Let's go back to the library. Would you say give them 5,000? That's what we gave them last year.
I can live with that.
I say yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
And the Greenway, I feel, well, because our revenue hasn't gone up, if we didn't have the ARP funds, I hate to give them more, even though they gave us more.
But the Greenway,
I'm
that who you
thinking
talking about?
5,000, Y'all,
On what now? On what
the
now?
Greenway,
What's that?
the Yadkin River Greenway, to give them 5,000.
yes.
Although Connie's saying they gave us an awful lot this year, so maybe we should give them 7,500.
I don't have a problem with that, especially since we trimmed some money out of other places.
Okay.
7,500.
Okay.
Because, you know,
Okay.
I'm a huge user of the Greenway.
So, if we can, if I can take a minute to talk about the library, this year they, since they're a member of the North Carolina Library Association, that their parent organization paid to have an assessment done for all their entities in the region about ways they can change their services to become more relevant to their local community, and I actually took part in that for ours. So they've actually are going to have a sort of planning document be published here soon that talks about some of the ways they're going to transform themselves to be a better asset to the Wilkes County community. And so I think that this contribution will be well spent and be used to make them more relevant and a better amenity for us.
The other one I see that is in North Wilkesboro is the Playmakers, but honestly,
We can give them any more than we've ever given them.
that's how I feel, Michael.
Yeah,
5,000
maybe the
is
first year we
generous.
ever gave.
Yeah, last year was the first year.
I agree with
You
you.
know, they took on a big project by buying that building and,
I'm gonna still point out, and I did this last year, that the Playmakers made their bid with that building because they had an opportunity to sell that building. It was a done deal.
Yep.
And they changed it.
Yeah,
So,
sure did.
you know, don't have sympathy about them
I'm not.
fighting off,
I'm not
Something they
sympathetic at
can't-
all.
you
I
know.
was, pretty much against giving it at all.
Okay,
How long ago did that happen?
about 3-4 years ago.
We could have had the residents in there and not just the big old empty
Nice.
building.
Nice park.
I'm a sucker because they do have the kids. It's not just that they have kids, it's that I know a lot of the kind of kids that are in theater, the kind of kids that don't play sports and don't do those things. Like it. gives them-
And I think that was your argument last year, and I think that's probably what swayed several of us.
Mhm. We gave you $5,000.
The rescue squad is in town.
That was the one that kind of stood out to me, like, seems like what they do is really important.
And the county does not fund them.
They don't fund them? That was my next question.
They don't fund them enough if they
If
do.
they
fund
do
them. They
any
don't
at all, I
fund
don't think they do.
I mean, those people literally save lives.
Yeah.
So if we give them 1,500,
I'm good.
You good with that, Michael?
I'm good with 15.
Too. It's hard times.
and I can skip the rest of them. So. if
So
I'm-
we're doing.
You mean you don't want your cap and that for nothing?
They didn't ask for
That's
anything.
pretty.
Crime Stop-
Do we have a
Crime
number
Stop-
on the ADA?
They can.
For $500, I think Crime Stoppers is a fine.
I do too.
I think for $500, that's kind of a no-brainer.
And this is the first year Wilkes Literacy has asked.
Yeah, I got them as a 0.
Would you like for me to tell you what the request is, why they're requesting? Sure, does it matter?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
If you think this is interesting, I think you should hear it.
Listen, I don't, I see so many, I don't even remember what it was, but let's see what they
So
say.
did we do, what did we do with ADA?
We haven't decided.
Okay.
It's still undecided.
Okay.
I won't say anymore.
5,000 for the library.
Listen, you want to
Debbie, would
talk
you
about
approve,
what?
would you be
About
happy with the
literacy?
1,500 that we did last year? I can compromise and do that. And then I'll write them a check personally and buy lots of cookies.
Where do you get these cookies? I'm hungry. I just want cookies.
By the, yeah.
You go by their
It's
office
close.
and they just sell cookies?
You call Robin over there and tell her you want some cookies, she'll see to it again. She'll bring them to the shop.
Really?
What kind of cookies you
Otis,
want?
Whatever you want.
Otis
Yeah,
Spunkmeyer.
sure you can.
Otis Spunkmeyer.
So they don't make
They
them.
do.
No,
Oh,
they,
well, they
they
make
make them. I mean, they get the, they get the, and the participants make.
Otis Spunkmeyer.
All right, so have we got to, Wilkes literacy yet?
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
gonna read the request.
Okay, and then there's another one after that that I'll bring up. This one says, "Dear Mr. Hooper, I hope this letter finds you and the staff of the town of North Wilkesboro well. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for a grant with the town. Wilkes Literacy has been serving the community for over 30 years, and the agency is moving into its 31st year with even more dedicated volunteers and students. Wilkes Literacy began a successful health literacy program in 2020 for all adults in Wilkes County. Despite advances in medicine, gains in health improvement are out of reach for many in Wilkes County because they lack the basic skills needed to manage their health in a complex healthcare system. Wilkes Literacy began a community workshop, Live Well, in March 2020. This community workshop addresses many helpful healthcare topics such as understanding prescription medication, coordinating care for chronic illness, patient medical records, and healthy food and lifestyle choices. Wilkes Literacy has completed workshops both in person and virtually through the Zoom platform. Wilkes Literacy completed a workshop through a partnership with Wilkes Circle of Care and another workshop through a partnership with the Appalachian Regional Library System. Wilkes Literacy continues to use the website wilkesliteracy.org to add health literacy resources in English and Spanish. Wilkes Literacy's adult basic education tutoring program continues to grow and thrive. We currently serve adults, students with in-person tutoring and virtual tutoring options. In 2020, 75% of Wilkes Literacy's adult students progressed at least one level in the adult basic education curriculum. Additionally, Wilkes Literacy began incorporating a nationally recognized health literacy curriculum for adult basic education into tutoring lessons for the students. Wilkes Literacy staff and volunteer tutors use temperature checks, social distancing in a large tutoring room, extra cleaning protocols, and all participants wear masks. Wilkes Literacy staff and board of directors are very proud to continue the summer program, SEEK, Summer Educational Enrichment for Kids. SEEK serves children graduated pre-K through graduated 5th grade. Because transportation is one of the greatest barriers for students' participation in SEEK, Wilkes Literacy holds SEEK in local neighborhoods. Wilkes Literacy will serve the children of the North Wilkesboro Housing Authority in 2021 with 2 weeks of SEEK camp. I want to thank you for the opportunity to partner with the town of North Wilkesboro through this grant application. Wilkes Literacy staff and board believe that literacy changes lives, and the agency works each day to serve those in our community that need literacy services. Sincerely, Gene Hefner, Executive Director.
Sounds,
They help adults and kids or just kids?
Sounds like it.
They pulled on my heartstrings. I'm like a whole class.
it sounds worthy, but it honestly, to me, it feels like people should give money to things they care about. I don't know that we're the stewards of the money we've taken in for taxes in North Wilkesboro. I'm not sure it meets our mission.
I think that's the key, meeting the mission. How do these agencies affect North Wilkesboro in a positive manner, not outside of North Wilkesboro, but within North Wilkesboro?
They said they're helping kids at the housing authority. I'm in for them.
But the housing authority does a fantastic job.
Yeah, those kids over there.
They are
man,
doing a good,
They got it bad.
you know. I'm not sure that they have funding. I'm not sure that we need it in here.
Well, I guess my thing is like, with all these, I feel like we could argue we probably don't need them.
I'm
And
not
they
saying
are-
I don't need them. I need them,
No,
but
no.
they have other means of funding.
I know, but I was gonna say like, something I think about, and I just see this out, and I probably, the art gallery hears this, they'll probably get me, but you see the art gallery and you know, like, they have so many opportunities to bring money in and so much fundraising and so much money does go through there. And I do think they're a real tourist attraction for North Wilkesboro. But I a little bit kind of feel like, does that mean we should be giving them more than nonprofit X or Y or Z? I kind of feel like probably shouldn't, but that's just.
I feel like they're a really critical way. We, in a significant way, we get people in town.
I agree.
And people who live in town enjoy it and brings people to our downtown. I think it's important. You know, it was almost our police department. And I think what a treasure we have by having an art gallery there instead of had it been our police department. What a difference it makes.
Have
to
we
our town.
settled on an amount for the art gallery? I
I
wrote
think we
6,000.
said 6.
Are we still good at that?
I'm good with that.
The only ones I have outstanding, maybe you mentioned this while I was out of the room, is it 5 or 3K for ADAP?
1,500.
You go out of the room and we,
And Wilkes Developmental Day School.
1,500 for them as well.
No,
No, they've not talked about it.
we haven't talked about it.
And then undecided on books.
I think we had 0.
yeah,
That's what I had.
That's
I
what
have
I-
0
Who
too.
did, who did?
The Wilkes Literacy.
Yeah.
And the playmakers.
You know, I'm sure they do a great job. If you feel like you want to support them personally.
I'm sorry, it was 0 for playmakers or 5?
No,
15.
5 for Playmakers.
Right?
That's what I thought. That's what we gave them last time.
Yeah, 5,000.
And what about that Developmental Day School? Do we just maintain the same funding level?
What do they do?
I said,
The same, it's the children, that's, I mean,
This is,
all ages.
you're the president of ADAP, but this is different.
no, 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 no,
No.
No?
no.
It's a
The developmental day school.
Yeah,
They're the
yeah, yeah, I am.
developmental challenged.
Oh, well, what does ADAP do then?
They're the adults,
Okay, so the other one's kids.
mainly, yeah.
Well,
I'm not sure
mainly,
that.
there's some adults in there.
Yeah, we're at 77.5 until we decide on what we're gonna do with Developmental Day School.
I say do 5.
I mean, yeah, I'm cool with that.
That's what we've done in the past.
I mean, I
That
guess
makes us at
just-
82.5 from
just so-
129.
That's what I've got.
people know like where I'm coming from, like if we're giving money away, I guess I tend to want to give it to the ones that probably I feel like it's helping the people that are the least among us, and that's why I brought the art gallery. You got people at the art gallery, you got kids at the housing authority, that was my point.
My
Well, now-
thought here on how many dollars did you just say, Michael? How much?
82.5.
Is that
And-
2 cents
And that
of our tax?
I've been keeping
That'd
score.
probably be
Yeah.
a cent and 3/4.
So almost 2 cents.
Yeah, almost 2 cents.
Of our tax rate in North Wilkesboro, we are choosing to give away for people. And I think what we're trying to do is to choose organizations that people's tax money can benefit the town, which right came in the first place.
Well, keep in mind that the art gallery also has class sessions for kids down there in the basement too. It ain't just.
I don't know, I'm on their board, I know what they do, I see the numbers.
I'm not on the board, but I know what goes on.
But that's almost 2 cents of our tax rate that we are
Yeah.
choosing to support organizations, and mainly we're using it for organizations we feel benefit the town.
Most of them more income.
I wish we had a better system.
I do too.
I think we need a better
I
system.
don't, we're picking and choosing based on
Yeah.
who you were president of and who you like to go
Yeah.
to.
No, I didn't do that just because he's
I
president.
was pointing at Bert, because he's president.
I know, and I didn't do that just because he's the president.
But
And Bert didn't advocate for him, I did.
Oh,
I
no, wait,
did.
Michael,
They did.
I just don't like the system, the point
don't
of
like-
them talking and.
I don't like the system either, because I feel like all these things could, they do good stuff. And some of them you could argue how they benefit and, you know, how do they get money and how much do they need our money? We need a system. This feels weird. This feels like we're just
That's a
like,
big bunch of money.
I know it is, and we're having to
It
use
concerns
art
me a
money to
little
keep
bit.
our budget going. And it's like, it feels like we're like, well, we like this one, let's give this one. I don't like it.
Well,
It's
I
up to
don't
me. I'd probably do
disagree
away with
you,
all of it.
Well, I don't disagree with
I
you,
don't
but
like
it's not been that many years ago that we had a list that's about double this, right?
Yeah, yeah, we did. I mean, we got,
We narrowed it down to these, so
How can we fix
go
it?
ahead and scratch out the ones you want to scratch off.
Oh, I'd probably scratch it all off. I mean,
Go
without a
ahead.
system.
I give,
Go ahead and see how many people you get a
To
thing
try to
back from.
develop some more objective methods of choosing in the fall, as Wilson suggested, we begin to develop a policy in the fall. I think
Yeah.
that's
But,
a real way to move
And I
forward.
want to make one point of order. We're at 82.5. 50 grand of that is one entity, which is the Economic Development
That's right.
Commission. So that we're actually only taking 32.5 of taxpayer money
Like
and
one
using, and using it to help
Other,
these other entities. So to me, looking at it from that term, 32.5 in the grand scheme of things, yes, it's a penny, I agree. But in the grand scheme of things, the goodwill that we build using 1 cent of our tax dollars to help these entities, I think is far outweighs the harm of us spending.
And I feel 100% good about most of these. Some I feel like, just kind of.
You're like this instead of like this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
I'm coming up with 87. Can I call back out and make sure that I've got what you suggested? Okay, for Wilkes ADAP 1,500,
Yes,
the art gallery 6,000,
yes,
50,000 for the EDC,
yes,
5,000 for the library,
yes,
7,500 for the Greenway, or is that not?
yes,
7,500. 5,000 for the Wilkes Developmental Day School,
yes,
5,000 for the college,
yes,
1,500 for the rescue squad,
yes,
500 for Crime Stoppers,
yes,
and 5,000 for playmakers.
yes. So you only come up with
I
with
come up with
87?
87. Let me just do it one more time.
She usually uses her adding machine, so
Yeah,
It's
I'm
too
using
long.
my phone right now,
they
sorry.
click of the adding machine. use her, do it.
And I could check my tape if I
I
had
got
it.
77.5.
Listen, do you think it would be hard to come up with a way to do this
I
better?
feel comfortable with 85.
I still come up with 87.
I don't think it's,
And Debbie came up with a
Wait a
different.
minute.
It seems like it might be tough.
it's tough because,
How do you quantify that?
We're talking about how we have potential to look bad here. It's not really any different if we change the policy and limit the fund.
I misspoke.
so my experience with this is that coming up with a recommendation isn't hard. But coming up with a recommendation that doesn't affect people is hard.
Yeah.
And of course, those people will lobby the heck out of it. And, you think you've heard a lot from constituents now, you'll hear twice as much.
When
They
you
think
start
their funding's gonna be
publicizing
cut
it.
off,
You mean from the actual organization or citizens?
Uh,
Oh,
Yeah,
Like,
I
if we were to
shouldn't
come
argue
back
with
and
the
say-
financial person in the town.
Lux Museum isn't eligible anymore. Well, then all the people who support the museum and all the people who work at the museum will be lighting up your phone all night long in the weeks leading up to, say, when we pass those guidelines. So it's not a matter of, me not being able to, I'm just gonna speak frankly because we're friends. It's not a matter of me being able to come up with a proposal. It's a matter of you all being able to make the tough sort of political decision about, making winners and losers.
Yeah.
and so forth.
well, I guess maybe Connie can make me feel better about it. I feel like we're giving away money we don't have.
Well, one way to look at it is, I think the art money can be given to nonprofits. to
But
help.
that's just with 1 year, but like
That's correct.
year to year, can we afford to do this?
In the past, this year, if we did not get the art money, we could not afford to do this now.
Yeah, that's my point.
Last year, with, were able to balance the budget with, I don't know, maybe $150,000 in contingency, so we have that much money left.
Yeah.
And we were able to do it in a normal year,
I guess if I felt like that we had,
but you also are not being able to do it could be I don't know what you could do for $87,000, but it could be
Well,
something on a project,
the 50 for the EDC, I look at it a little differently than the others, but 30,000, 30,000. I mean, if we can't afford it, I don't think we should be doing
See,
it.
I would keep the DEC. And then my thoughts is the numbers that we've come up here is because of the pandemic and because of exactly what Connie said, is to a consideration, don't yell at me, of cutting these others in half. We've cut our schedule and budget in every cent we could do. And that still gives everybody money in a time that you don't really have money to give away. Maybe next year we could do better. Just a thought.
It's not over this year, you know, can still be discussed and adjusted.
I mean, I'm a given person. I'd like to give them all what they want. I think that there's a good argument that every one of these is beneficial in some way. I think like Debbie's saying, there's definitely, I agree with her that we should, if we're gonna give it away, ones that benefit the town and the taxpayers. On the other hand, I'm sitting here, can we afford to do this? And if we've got art money this year that we have to get rid of or something, then yeah.
Do we have to get rid of it? We don't have to get rid of it. Do we have a time limit to get rid of it?
2024.
That sounds terrible.
Huh?
The art
It
money?
is.
Yeah,
It's
2024.
getting deeper and deeper.
It's
All
not,
right, so
it's to use, it's not to sell.
How do you justify, and I'm just throwing, I'm being devil's advocate, how do you justify though? Because there's a whole lot of citizens in this town that thinks the EDC is a waste of money.
They do, they do.
Well, I think
They
that's a
think
conversation we
that's
should
a
have.
Huge waste of money.
Money.
So how do you justify to those same taxpayers that may find the goodwill from these other projects, but you tell them you spent 50K, which is, as Debbie points out, 1 3/4 cents of their tax money, funding something that they think is useless?
Well, I think that's a conversation worth having. I've actually, to be completely honest, I've had those thoughts about the EDC myself.
Well, the
And-
EDC, without Leanne, where would our water tower be?
But-
She was a big component of
But
that.
my point is, when I think of the EDC, what's kind of changed my mind on it is I feel like that without the EDC, what does the town of North Wilkesboro have that's supposed to be doing that economic development job? If we brought that 50,000 back and we hired somebody that did it in-house, I would feel like we were okay, but I feel like we need to be doing that. And right now, that's the path we've chose.
if you hired an in-house person, you pay twice that.
Absolutely.
And you may not
It
do
didn't
it.
help because we did hire Sam.
Yep.
And it just wasn't effective. You need somebody that's more global than North Wilkesboro, even the people at the state level in the Department of Commerce. They don't want to see us going out by ourselves as a little tiny town. They want to see us working with not only our neighbors in the county, but the region. They want to see.
And let's be real, over the past years, and you guys probably remember it more than I do, we had DEC that didn't do a lot.
We did.
That's when they were cut, and that was,
Yeah.
and we can't say that now. I mean, we're getting ready to, we've shoveled up some dirt for a water tower.
Well,
So I don't, people might not agree with the DEC, but there is absolutely worth there at this time with the staff they have.
But it's about perception.
yeah,
It's about perception.
And we do pay through our county taxes, so we are paying, people in the municipalities are paying 2 times. That's right.
So at the groundbreaking last week, Penny Flowers said something interesting that I think everyone who ever thinks about economic development needs to remember, and that is, he said, economic development is a long game. And, you know, the work that they do now might not be visible for 2 years or 3 years. And so folks just need to have sort of a longer term vision before they can pass judgment on the effectiveness of, you know, an economic development function. I think they've been very helpful for us the past 2 years. They helped us save the money for the water tower. They've helped us get the water tower loop closed. They've helped show prospects to properties in North Wilkesboro. They've helped us develop the incentive policy that we're going to consider here in the next month. They've done a lot of stuff, and I think that we ought to pay them their full request.
That's
Oh,
why-
I'm not.
I do,
I'm
I
fine.
do.
I mean, here's another way that I look at this, you know, as far as these. So here we are, municipality, and I said this at the groundbreaking ceremony, here we are. And the burden on the citizens of North Wilkesboro was eased because of the funding partners that we were able to acquire. Well, where did that funding come from? Well, some of that funding came from taxpayers of North Carolina. Okay, so the taxpayers of North Carolina helped fund a water tower in North Wilkesboro. Well, to me, I look at it as the same way. Okay, so now we're kind of trickling down, and so the taxpayers of North Wilkesboro are helping smaller entities to help with their budget concerns, so that they don't bear the whole brunt of, you know, and I especially look at what we're funding here as, you know, the Greenway, it gives back, the library, it gives back, the art gallery, it gives back. I mean, those are all agencies that I think are very worthwhile. So that's just the.
Oh, I agree. I
way to
think
look at
they're, that's my point. I think they're all worthwhile. I'm just saying, can we do it? Do we have the money? That's why I'm asking Connie. She's a finance lady. This year we do it because of art. I
What
don't,
will we do next year when we don't have art?
that's my point. That's what I'm asking.
Well, hopefully our interest, some of our interest money will come back, but, you know, you're playing with.
We'll do the same thing we're doing now, sit here and discuss.
Art.
Isn't that, yeah, isn't that what budget negotiations are about?
Yeah, that's right.
So this is actually a good way to segue into our next section, which is the adds and deletes exercise. So, unless anyone else has any final comments or questions on the green column of the.
Well, if you find any extra money,
Yeah.
I would like to add beautification.
Okay, hang on one second.
Okay.
if you don't mind. What was it? Something.
222.
Oh, my.
And I do recognize this, and you said if we added anything, we had to delete what's else.
Okay, so I'm gonna put beautification. So talk a little bit more about what you.
Well, I think about the hill out here on Main Street. You know, just keeps falling down onto the sidewalk. And we could go in, dig in paths and beds and plant perennials and shrubs and put in rocks. It could look so much better than it does, but the big hill on Main Street, the big grass hill, it just gets mowed.
Across from the JP.
Many years ago,
Oh,
it was
okay, yeah, yeah.
landscaped with railroad timbers, and they rotted and fell off, and the stakes, the iron stakes are still in the hill.
You know, we lost that absolutely wonderful art piece that was on the hill.
Oh,
But now it's at the
Yeah.
art
It's at the
gallery.
art gallery.
It's outside.
Where is it?
But, you know, to have more pots of flowers that were really tended by the town staff to, I just wish we looked better. Maybe another intersection improvement would make a big difference. And, well, that's it. That's all.
I'll say, one out there. I can say who it is. He got, you got people out there.
Well, I decided to stop before I got to know.
I'm gonna say, it's, in two.
It's all okay now.
All right, so I guess there could be a third option here, and that is
I was gonna say, but I'm thinking,
things we can do.
like, out there and there.
Rental houses.
Yes, right.
At the intersection,
Yeah,
yeah. Coming,
yeah, could we do that the whole thing down?
he does, yeah.
It's going to-
Yes.
No,
they don't-
He gonna,
I
do
think-
it. He'll
Yeah.
know.
You're talking about where the washer and dryer place used to be.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, right, yeah.
And when you say, you barely can say anything, I say, oh, you work place.
That's what he said, yeah.
All right, so here's another option. I'll put this on the list. And since you haven't recommended a funding source or something to trade off, I'll say to do within existing resources if possible.
Yes.
To do what?
You know, it must be 20 years since we bought those pots that are on the streets. And,
I was on the board then, on the downtown partnership.
and I used to come and bring my tractor and empty them out every year and retrash, and they look bountiful and
Mhm.
beautiful, but I aged out of that.
We had a crane come and set those down because they were so heavy. That was so cool.
But we've never added another pot. You know, it's been 20 years, and some store owners do their own, you know, we might could have a competition, but Crystal would need to start that to encourage store owners. Michael has pretty flowers.
You have to be careful though not to make the sidewalks only so wide.
Yeah,
No,
and
the
they can
women's
get
league are
tacky.
supposed to be coming and redoing the pots.
Who
You're
is?
saying the women's league. Crystal
Oh.
was saying that they will be doing that soon, but we need to put in, we were out pulling weeds the other evening and
From the women's club?
women's auxiliary or something to that effect. I've never seen anybody in the women's clubhouse up on top.
They used to meet there. They,
But they're still in existence, and so they will be purchasing flowers at our expense and repotting those.
I think we need to, with existing resources while we're on the subject, make sure that all these streetscapes we paid for, that all the shrubbery and stuff in there is well manicured and looks awesome.
Yeah, we pulled weeds. We
Good.
bags and bags of weeds every.
I'd like to see some trees at that parking lot. I've said that before though. Where it blew them all down, and now it looks like a tree graveyard.
You're talking about on
All
the
the stumps.
C Street.
Yeah, just below. Below,
The post office?
no, below the Priester's building, into that parking area
Oh,
there. That hurricane, the tornado, whatever, tornado, whatever, blew all those trees down.
They just replanted.
Have they replanted them?
They've been working on that this week.
Okay, well, I hadn't noticed, because we've said all along they'd replant them, and they never did that. Perfect. Never mind.
So, question, Wilson.
Hey, wait a minute, I had some. We got to. Go ahead, do it, go ahead. I'll get.
Just
to
very
it.
quick, my question was, like, for example, when we were going through that nonprofits funding, we came up with 42,000, because y'all had the 129.5 in the budget, and it's still balanced, because you said we lived in the world of the green. So does that mean now that we potentially have $42,500 fudgy room in the green world now?
Well, so what that means is that, our
Fuzzy room, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fudgy room.
we can
Budgie.
either,
We don't.
But
we can either boost our contingency up by that amount, or we could budget fewer ARP dollars. And when we get the ARP dollars in,
It's still be continuing.
it would, yeah, we just go into the fund balance rather than to this,
I'd like to
the spendable.
I'd like to put that money over here, because we depleted that contingency fund pretty heavily with that splash pad deal. And,
Well, the ARP funds that would be used for that would be the next fiscal year tranche of ARP funds. They couldn't cover the.
but this, okay. never mind. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead
Bert.
and tell us what you were thinking about.
No, well, that money that we had earmarked for the EDC and stuff, that doesn't necessarily have to come out of the ARP funds. We were just using ARP funds
To balance it.
to balance the budget. So, in this coming fiscal year, could we not take that 42.5 and switch it from that to the contingency balance? Could we not do that?
That was what we had. Okay,
It was 179,693 was what was in the green for the contingency with the $40,000 added at the 222,193.
Yeah, I like that though.
Okay. It's go hard to do at times. the things that the,
The planters,
what,
those planters. we told me they
no, this is the thing that,
The traffic pumps.
no, that's, I'm talking about your,
Beautification.
yeah.
Beautification.
We got things, I can't say, it's,
Planters.
we sit on.
Benches.
Benches, sit, yeah. Now, there's, I went down and had that, I said. My wife was out, she got the crying, anyway, I left here, what? This what? But all things, they get,
We're getting old.
they get, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
You
and
mean
our
our
benches
Right.
are wearing out.
Fair air,
Yeah.
yeah,
You sit at that one by the police department, you're gonna get splinter anytime.
yeah, you got all of that. And it ain't much.
There's a broken bench behind the ball field too. You showed a picture of it, how we had that beautiful new sidewalk, and then right beside of it was a bench that was broken.
I'm also going to point out that the lovely stone wall benches out in front of MJ down on the corner, the grout between the top slabs is falling out.
Don't say it.
So that now someone could sit down and literally, because the grout was falling out. If a lady sat down in a pair of shorts, they could actually
Pinch your butt.
scratch, well, or cut themselves. But, but we're already, but I mean, every joint in that, and I don't know about the other corners, but every joint on that one in front of the store, the grout between the top slabs has begun to literally crack and fall into the sidewalk.
You get more down there.
Get the
Yeah.
contractor back.
Yeah, right now.
Well, I mentioned it to Dale, he said we were out of warranty.
Well, yeah.
Oh, Lord. Was
He-
not
he-
somebody
he-
who
well,
did it?
well, no,
We just have to do it.
no, I called him,
My goodness.
Uh,
How long have we had that, Michael? You know, you would know.
no, I mean,
Because it rained into your place.
Yeah,
So how long?
I guess it's been 4 years this summer.
yeah, probably. That's,
Well, we've got to take care of what we spent money on. We can't.
that's, yeah, but I think it, all of them are,
I bet
it's not
every
that
one of
much, it's not much. I
That,
mean,
one down there at Park Place, and that using some of the, talk about using some of the money in Crystal's, instead of doing it next year, use your current year money. She's replacing the benches in that area down at Park Place, and,
Well, that's where I was, that's where I was.
so she's through, I think she's got prices on, getting all that cleaned up and replacing all those benches.
Okay,
That's gonna be a cute area.
yeah, and we, like you said.
We didn't fund that whole, I mean, our budget doesn't fund that whole redo of that alleyway at Park Place, does it?
It's one of the ones I recommend we fund with current year funds.
We took it out of her budget to
Okay.
fund it with this year's current year stuff.
Okay.
Okay,
I don't think we really bought the right kind of benches years ago when those were bought. I think they're more like,
yeah,
They need to be iron.
The
They were,
farmers,
they
the
were,
farmers
yeah.
market benches, have you noticed them? One that says the.
Are they
marketplace?
rusting? Are they rusting?
No, they're not. So
They're
they're
rusted.
metal.
Yeah, that's what we need to do continuity to through town.
It says
that on the
marketplace. I
list
think
of
they're
mine.
they're neat.
Right,
Yeah.
so is that one that you want to reallocate some dollars for? Or you just want to see if we can do it in existing resources?
or whatever
I'd
it
like to
takes, whatever
I'd
it
like
takes.
to sit on a bench that didn't dirty up my clothes or thought I was gonna fall through.
Yeah, oh, right, yeah.
If they look bad, they're
All
not
right,
gonna
there
work.
goes my contingency.
Well, I mean, there's,
There's moss growing on the one by the police department. It's dried up little crystal moss.
That's in
Yeah.
style now.
I know it. Put some succulents in there, create a
I
flower.
tried, Connie, I tried. Well,
Things like that, though, broken benches are a sincere eyesore.
they are.
We need to at least throw them
can,
away.
can we get a number before we make this decision?
They're pretty.
Well, even if we have one on every block or one on every street, I mean, you know, in the downtown, it wouldn't be as many as you think.
Can we get a number?
We just have to start walking around and seeing what we need.
Yeah, those are the things that people see.
If I
on YouTube.
They do see.
would, but, you know,
And, you know, I've got a set of metal brackets by my store with no flag on it. They're just there, metal like this.
But she's
Like,
ordered
you know,
new, I think she's ordered new flags.
We're talking about flags. What's up with the flagpole in town hall? There's one on top of the building. Right?
It's always been there, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's no flag.
Yeah, it's just, it's tough to get up there. It's a rickety old.
How do you get up there?
Through through Meredith's window.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, that sounds scary.
Go through Meredith's window,
I find
or
it up there,
the,
it's not
no,
scary.
John, go through John's window and walk out there and climb a ladder up on the
Did you
roof.
climb the ladder up on the
I
roof?
did. It's
See,
not
Debbie
scary.
could do it. We
Yeah.
found it.
I mean, it's not a ladder like this, it's a ladder like that.
Yeah, it's like a fireman's ladder.
So can we put a flag up there? You got a flag?
Well,
We normally always did, I don't know why it's not on there.
I mean, it depends on whether you want to follow the flag etiquette about
Take it
raising it
down,
lower and
pick
then
it up.
keeping it lit and all that stuff.
Up on top of that building, I say no.
You just can't leave it out there? Is that not right?
It's hard to
You
keep.
could, but
If
We
you
leave
leave
the
it
one out
out,
there we
you
have
got to
now.
put a light on it.
Oh,
We have a very lovely flagpole in front of town hall
Exactly.
at street.
did we do that? Did we take it down?
We have a flagpole at town hall, too,
Yeah.
out there outside.
There's a big flagpole.
Right in front of town hall.
I'm
It
having
was
a
part of
moment.
our,
So
it was
even-
part of our street
Even
beautification.
managing that one has
Yeah.
been tough lately because they've been lowering it to half staff for like.
Working day 3 months.
Yeah. And so to go out there, sometimes it's one day, and sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's 3 days.
People appreciate that.
And that pole is not easy to maneuver. The mechanism in there is kind of weird. So
I just see that empty pole and it bothers me.
maybe we can do it on special occasions like 4th of July and Memorial Day. So forth.
Or just take the pole down.
Take
I
the
think
pole
about taking it
down.
down too, before somebody got hurt trying to go up there and do something.
Okay, so far I have on the adds and deletes list, beautification like plantings within existing resources. Add contingency fund, delete nonprofit, 40,000 from the nonprofit total. But then add benches, TBD amount, and delete corresponding amount from the contingency fund.
Can you remind me what we deleted 40,000 of the?
So the total request for nonprofits was 129, and we ended up with 88, 7.
Oh, okay.
So that difference.
I know I had taken a step out. I just wanted to make sure.
We added that to contingency from the nonprofits to the contingency.
Any other adds and deletes?
I'm sure we could think of it. We probably maxed it out.
It looks pretty good.
Anything that could be done to Smoot Park, like, and I don't mean just patching things, but,
That was my only request.
I think that's a good request.
Cleaning it up. It's
Has
terrible.
anybody, I hate to say this, does anybody know how the bathrooms are there?
They're in good shape. The ones down the tennis court, yeah.
No, the ones up by the pool.
We've talked a little bit about adding some lighting to the ones by the big shelter and by the pool. Just generally.
That
gussing
way, if
those up.
somebody's hanging out there, they're well lit. Anybody driving by can see them.
Connie tells me about how our granddaughter didn't want to go in there. 'cause it
She
was so
needed to
dark.
go and she went in there and she came back out and said she.
I'll blame
she's
her.
just full.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's this year's project, but I would really like to gear up.
Well,
and
they don't
really
have
get
any
that
electricity
Is that a
And we
capital
know
project?
electricity,
Do this stuff,
We have to get some quotes, figure out how much it will be.
and what exactly we wanted to do too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I went down there a week ago and kind of walked through it and looked at everything. I feel like I feel like we need to fix some stuff up, like majorly, more than we're probably gonna build here today.
So the other project that, so we got repaving of the courts in here. We've talked about where we can find money for fixing the bathrooms. And of course, we've done some work this year with the story walk and the horseshoe pits and so forth. But something I've been talking about with a group of Girl Scouts is giving them one of the shelters and letting them paint murals on the tables. And so that'd be a way to sort of gussy up and make those tables more attractive. And so I've talked to them about how we'd have to approve the design and so forth, but that if they wanted to take that on, help
they
take
need
some
to
of the
bring the
burden off us
flashlight
to
down
make
so
the
they
park
can
more
use the
attractive.
restroom.
I'm sorry?
They need to bring flashlights so they can use the restroom.
Yeah, there's a couple of like, toy-
Restrooms on it.
are there people
They
that
have to go in the grass.
that are like park specialists that can say like, hey, that toy's a liability now. I mean, there's some toys that are down there that were there when I was a kid. The little mushroom bench or seat thing that's concrete, get that out of there.
So we have people coming to Smooth Park to play with no restroom availability at all.
I thought the ones were open, the main were open. during the day.
Yeah, those
If they
down
don't
there,
have electricity, to me, that doesn't mean, that means they're not open.
The ones that are down there next to the greenway are not open because they got big headlights.
I know we just spent all our money today and we've allocated money here and there, but for Smooth Park, if next year, I don't know, we need to do something with that badly.
I strongly agree.
I mean, I'm totally ticked off with the other part too, but you don't have that many people. They're disc golfing down there and there's adults down there. So you stay away.
What are the adults doing?
They're sitting in their cars waiting for people to talk to them.
Yeah,
But not down to the park. I'm really concerned about our park system.
Do you want to reallocate the money we've got to spend on the repaving of the courts to enhancements to the bathroom and maybe the pool house?
I would like to hear that back from everybody else here.
the tennis courts
I'd like to
need
think
it.
About that, because bathrooms are critical, and people can't use a space without having a bathroom. And they need to be reasonably clean, and they need to be safe.
Yeah.
Probably locked up at some point in the night, dark.
The police officers could do that, could they not? I'm very concerned about if somebody came in here to live, that them walking through Smooth Park could really send you across the river.
Or not to us at all. Or across the
You
river.
know.
I agree totally. That's my number one thing I think we need to improve.
I
Not by-
Andrew and I both have beat this to death. And I know we've both communicated with them. I think it's a very important issue to make our parks as safe and as inviting as possible. And I say park, but it's look at Smoot Park, and we'll worry about the disc golf another time.
I think you get better.
Well,
We're
this
talking about
off,
capital.
because there, they're gonna help. with it.
Well, I think that playground equipment down at the disc golf needs to go away.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Because, people are meeting down there, they're
Can we not-
men and women, and they're not children. And sometimes they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Can we move that playground equipment from down there to Smith Park
I don't
From down where?
at the Highland Park?
It's just begging kids to go down there with adults.
Maybe,
That are
yeah,
scary.
looking at that.
Wait a minute. Let me, basketball. I've been there and looked at it. And there's something going wrong in that place. I mean, it got, them
up and down.
done down, that did, and
Where is this one at, are you talking about?
So you're saying it needs to be paid?
no, I think he got one time. So he could then get some stuff from, Sophie got, you know,
Asphalt repair.
yeah, something like that.
I have,
The sun is just lit up, it's up, and he gonna have, it. If he get it, it's not gonna,
Is it a
It's not
hazard?
gonna last if you just repave.
if he
it.
does, he
It's gotta
gonna do
fix-
it, he not gonna do
It's gotta fix. it.
I have
Repair it.
All right, so one of the things that I didn't propose that we do, but that we could do is you'll refer back to appendix 6. If you look at the general fund capital reserve fund, there's $35,000 sitting there designated for recreation.
Mhm.
We can use that for a handful of small capital projects like restroom, improving the food house.
That's good, that's
Yeah, the
good.
shelter, the restrooms are a
Shelter,
big deal.
do it.
Okay.
And another thing they say about playgrounds is, you know, adults bring children, usually often grandparents, and you need places for those people to sit while the children are playing. And we don't have that on Smooth Park.
No, we don't.
There's one or two benches, I think.
There's one metal
It
bench.
needs to be right there where the
At the
kids.
slides and stuff.
I think there is one right there at the, at the new slides, the new earth slides.
I hadn't been in a few years.
I have, and our picnic tables down there are like flaking paint off and the shelters could use some TLC. I haven't been to the basketball courts to tell you the condition of them. Last time I was there, they were too bad. They were really good for a while, then they got a big crack through them. The tennis courts look rough.
They come out to,
Basketball,
No, I thought they've been working on all those shelters down at Smooth Park.
I was there
no,
once.
one is all right.
The basketball,
One, yeah, and some is, they got, they didn't do it, they go,
Yeah, there's 4 courts and one of them's got a big hole in it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't been
The
down
other
there.
3 are okay.
they're okay.
Why is a big hole?
Cause somebody let, when they got it, it was, it was,
Correct.
yeah, cracked or came up or something.
Well, also when it flooded, man, it's got water.
They could, I don't know who it is, it's just something not right. It's not level.
So what I'd recommend to do today is, we don't have a lot of information on this about how much it would cost to do these kind of enhancements. So I'd recommend that today we add 35,000 for Smooth Park enhancements from general fund, capital reserve fund. And then go back and get a little bit more information on what we can do with that money. And if I'll bring back a proposal to you all. If you think that's sufficient, we're good. If you want more, we can talk about where else on here we pull it from. We'll include that in the final budget proposal.
And let's be careful with who paints, let's make sure that they give us something that we're going to be proud of. And I'm not saying don't do it,
Mhm.
but we don't want to,
Yeah, I hear you.
we don't want to paint and on over benches that are splintered or old or cracked or might fall down.
Right.
And you have young Girl Scouts there, and they're different ages, but painting and doing, it might be not to their benefit right now.
And the bathroom is, I agree with Debbie, like it needs to be the top priority, I guess, to start with. You gotta have a good bathroom.
Connie can attest to that.
Like this is gonna be a multi-year thing, we're gonna have to keep addressing.
Who cleans the bathrooms when they are open?
Our staff people.
Because that's something we need to check on from time to time. And I mean by staff other than the park people, is are they truly cleaning those bathrooms?
It's not for me.
You check on it.
It's not for me.
Well, when the police locked up at night, they'll know if they're cleaning the bathroom. I don't want kids to go to someplace that's dirty or scary
Our dangerous.
or dangerous.
All right, so I've got beautification. These are the ads, beautification, contingency, downtown pictures, etc. Smooth Park improvements.
That would probably take anything you can find.
Yeah. And then some.
And maybe over the next something can come up that we don't.
I will point this out though, when I went to Smoot Park, I noticed that they had put slabs out with nice trash cans on them. And they had put one of those bike stations down there. There's some things that have been done that I didn't expect, that were a little nicer. So that was a step in the right direction. Little things matter.
And having those new stores across the street will help bring in people. Whenever you've got that, we stay on top of things.
Yeah, that. I mean, I think over the next 5 or 10 years, you know, if we continue to clean that area up, get the Jenkins stuff out of there, it could transform it. Now, it's always gonna be beside the sewage treatment plant. But other than that, like,
Could be a good place for condos, townhouses.
and then, you know,
potential.
as a kid, when I went to Smoot Park, I always begged my dad to drive us by the sewage treatment plant, because I like to look in there. That was
Wait
me.
for you.
There's huge acreage down there on the side, you know, where Burt's Recycle Steel is, across the street. Huge acreage that could be parkland. In fact, we had landscape architecture students from A&T come in some years ago and draw a plan for a park. Because the people that owned it were gonna donate the land to the town. And they went back to England and that never happened. But there's a whole lot of potential for that area, which we don't see all that nice flat parkland. Because we don't see it, but it's a lot of potential for recreation down there.
I enjoy that greenway down there on the side.
Any other ads and deletes?
This is on the subject kind of with the budget thing. I got 2 quick ones. One, with the police and fire station, as we look into that, is that one of those things that we have to say, okay, what is it gonna cost? Or can we say, we can afford X amount of millions of dollars to do a station or a combined station, and then they say, this is how you can make that happen.
Yeah, we
We've
can
been
do it
through
way.
that many times
Yeah.
before. Which comes first? We've got this amount of money or this is what you need. There's
Chicken
no
or
right
egg?
way to do that.
And the chicken
And
or
my
the
other
egg.
question was, I talked to Wilson about this a little bit. That demolition bond thing, is that a budget fee thing that we need to discuss?
So staff, and I talked about that yesterday. And we agreed that if you all agree that we could revise our policy to make a tiered bond system. But that the particular case we're talking about, he would be at the top tier.
Yeah, it wouldn't
And
affect
so
them.
it wouldn't affect him.
Yeah.
But perhaps in the future, if you've got a small shed or something that you've taken down, we might not need to bond for the full amount for you. And so we could explore doing a tiered system. And we might even be able to get that done in time for the budget. I don't think it would impact our revenue all that much because we don't make a lot off of, you know, the bonds from people and demolition permits and so forth.
I just didn't know if it was a budget issue since it's like a fee.
It's a budget issue in as much as, you know, we need to set the table of fees.
Yeah.
And if we were gonna do a graduated system, we need to put that in there before we approve the budget. But it's not a budget item in the sense that it's gonna affect the revenue one way or the other very much.
So did they like the idea of a tiered thing or just like one price and under that?
Who's that?
The
Yeah,
staff.
Well, we didn't focus too much on that second one. We talked about the possibility of the tier one and how we know that there's other folks who do it that way. And we could probably do it one like that. for us. One of the things that I think we'll need to look at in the years to come, this is one of those things that if you have a little extra staff capacity, it's a nice to do, and I think that it's worth doing if you can afford it, is to evaluate the fees we charge for services and make sure that they are fair. Because currently, we could have a taxpayer subsidizing, you know, a private individual who's using staff resources. And so you want to make sure that the fee you charge for something is actually enough to pay you back the resources that you're spending providing that service. And of course, there are some things that you do want to subsidize a little bit, but you also want to make sure that You're not subsidizing it too much. You're not over subsidizing it. So in the years to come, when we've got a little extra staff capacity, I'm gonna have someone look at that and make sure that our fees are appropriate.
With that demolition bond thing, is that something you're gonna look at more, and if you need to bring it to the board, you will, or do we need to bring it up in commissioning topics?
Well, I mean, we could do it now if you all want to hear a little bit more about this and give us a thumbs up to proceed, we can, or we can wait till the next time.
It needs to be fixed,
Go ahead.
whether we do it now.
So, right now, we have two parts of our ordinance that affect how much of a bond a contractor who's going to do demolition in the town has to pay. The first part is a part of the code that says they'll provide a check for $500. The second part is in our table of fees in our budget ordinance, which makes it an ordinance, that says the bond must be equal to the value of the project. We've got a contractor who's actually helping the playmakers tear down the part of the building they want to tear down. And it's a $50,000 job. And so our table of fees would require him to go out to the insurance market and buy a bond worth $50,000, so that if he walks away, we're covered. We don't have to pay to take it down out of pocket. Well, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to give us the check for $500.
Is that what the insurance would cost?
I don't know. It depends on a lot of factors.
And what's the check for $500 for?
In case he walks away, we have $500 to go and finish the job. But
Well, that could be a,
that could be a drop in the bucket. That's right. And that's why I don't think it's a good idea. And that's why Ed didn't think it was a good idea. And that's why he pushed for the change.
We had a problem with that, with the demolition down at Block 46. Tearing down that old furniture company. The guy we got, he ended up doing a good job. He did it, but it took a little time. And-
Well, it's the same guy.
That's what I was gonna say.
He's all, he's all right.
Well, he has done, I think that was one of his first jobs that he did down here.
Yeah,
And does he have a good reputation now?
I don't know if he does or not, but all I know is that we didn't have a bond on Buster and look what's happened to us there.
well, he had a bar down there.
He had a problem getting it.
He did.
But I would stick with wanting the guy to have the insurance.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Because
yeah.
we were scared down there. We did not know if we were gonna have to pay for that or just what.
So what I was, me and him had kind of talked about is like, for a job over a certain amount, they should be bonded where they go to the insurance, but for a smaller job, maybe you have a fee, like if somebody's tearing a shed down that's $3,000, they can't go get bonded for that, you know what I mean? Because I think it has to meet a certain threshold, doesn't it? $5,000?
Or the bond would be half the cost of the project, which would be prohibitively
So-
expensive.
Maybe you said if it's over $25,000, you have to be bonded. If it's, I'm just throwing an example out. If it's under 25,000, you have to give the town a $2,500 cash deposit, and you might get that back, or some system like that. But Benton Hall, they called me and I talked to that guy and I talked to him, I talked to Kurt. And here's the thing, I'm not being hard on the town. I just think it's something we need to sort out. There's a little confusion. So when I called Meredith to explain, because this lady asked me, well, they say we have to get this bond before we do it. And I said, ma'am, I don't know what a bond is. I got to call and find out. So I talked to Meredith and she said, we have to be bonded for the full amount. But she's like, I really can't explain it to you because I don't know. You need to talk to Kurt. So I talked to Kurt and Kurt said, well, you have to get bonded. And I said, well, where do you get bonded? And how does that work? And he said, well, Connie said you could go to Fall Insurance. And I said, well, what kind of bond do they need? And he said, I don't know. The League of Municipalities told me you just need a bond. They told me the different kinds, but I don't remember exactly. I said, well, how much is this going to cost a person? And he's like, I don't know. So I even wrote the lady at Fall Insurance and said, can you help me gather some information? And she's like, well, I can't even tell you how much it would cost. So I think we need a plan so that we know what we're asking of people. So that when they come, that we can say, you need to get bonded. Here's a few places that do it in town. And, you know, that's how you do it. But
We gave
also,
him that information.
we
I mean,
did,
we told him that, Fall Insurance, and I called Fall, and they said that they'd help him with it.
yeah.
And we told him
Well,
what they would.
It's less about this guy and just the process in general. is all I'm saying is we need a smooth one, and we don't need it to be so that if somebody's gotta tear down a $1,200 structure or 3,000, that they're gonna have to go get insurance bonded if we can do it either way. Maybe we do, but I'm just saying.
Well, if our guys could go in and tear it down, if it's a $3,000 job, our guys could probably go in and finish it out, wouldn't you think?
I think there might be some legal items that you gotta think about with that, using public dollars to benefit a private individual.
Oh,
So do you think that we should bond everybody?
Contractor to do it and put a lien on the property or something, if they didn't pay for it, or something like that, but I don't know.
I don't think, is it somebody, yeah. Aren't they, they're not fire, they're, this is,
Well, so I think one of the reasons why this guy was confused is because the new requirement is new. And it's probably the first time he's done a project with the new requirement. And so I think he was expecting to come in here with this $500 check and be covered. But when we told him about the new requirement, that threw him for a loop. Yeah, I mean, it's a revision we could reconsider, but I would say when you start getting up into the 5 figures, you would want to be covered for the whole amount. And, the bond, we'll never be able to tell people how much a bond is going to cost because it all depends on their history, what insurance costs at the moment. If Buster went to try to get a bond, they'd say, we'll bond you for $1 million because that's about the risk that he takes. But if you've got a good reputation and you're low risk, it'll be more affordable for you.
But that would be for the contractor. So
That
like
would be
if-
for the insurance company that's,
But like if a business wanted, we need Denton Hall to tear that gym down if it's bad. If this guy can't get bonded, they need to get a contractor that can.
yes.
One
we do
thing,
not want to be.
right,
buying it
and I
for-
100% agree with that. One thing he said that I'll let you answer was he was saying that the town needs to provide you some sort of document that you take to get bonded. Otherwise, they won't bond you because they don't know what to bond. Is that true?
I don't know, but I mean, we
What
could
guy
say,
said that, Andrew?
His name is Garen. He's with Snellco.
yeah.
We know, Gary,
He got the,
what, 46
About
here.
46.
The parking
No.
deck,
did,
The park
they
there.
done
the parking deck,
Parking deck.
right,
Okay, yeah.
right.
but that was a long time ago, like I say, he may have just come in and gave us $500 check, at that time, that's what the policy was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The town would get burned with the $500 check then,
Yeah.
eventually. So we need the process, but we need it to be where we know what we're asking of people. If they need a document from the town so they can go get bonded, we better damn sure, excuse my language, make sure we have that for them.
What are you gonna do when somebody, somebody's, private, and he don't? You come by, you gonna do that? I mean, you gonna have somebody,
if he walks away, we call him the bond, they'd be responsible for paying to complete the project. The
Well,
insurance.
what are you gonna do if somebody, your butter, your butter, he gonna say, I'm gonna set that, I'm gonna do that?
We wouldn't issue the permit until they had proof that they,
Who gonna do it though?
who's gonna do what?
Who gonna do it?
Who's gonna do the
Who's gonna do
bond?
the project?
No,
Bond.
somebody, you said somebody gonna, down,
I think the document, Andrew, that you were talking about is,
okay, you're just wait, you're waiting, you're ready. Somebody, you're, John,
Mhm.
John,
Oh, yeah, John, though.
yeah,
Codes enforcement.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
When he says, we're gonna do that,
Mhm.
who is gonna say that, that? Who did?
When John says we're gonna do what, Bert?
Condemn,
Tires condemn or
condemn the
And
building.
tear
Yeah,
down,
right.
condemn and
It's gotta
tear
be
down.
It get down,
Well,
do
the
it
owner-
down.
The owner of the building has to
Yeah,
find the.
hey, he gonna have, don't have nothing.
Yeah, I mean.
He don't have nothing.
It's true, when we condemn and tear down a building, we place a lien on it, hoping to get that money back, but we
We
don't
pay
always.
for it.
But we pay for it out of pocket. And most of the time have to write that off. Sometimes you might get it back when the property is
You,
sold.
I know that, but you,
Was it Seventh Street that the house burned?
Yeah.
Up there, and we tore that house down and put a lien on that property, and when they sold it, they actually paid the loan.
Well.
But that's the only time I can remember.
all right, all right.
And she didn't have the money. to
Just
do it.
say you'll, Jennifer,
Jenkins,
Yeah.
you go, you get, down, you'll have money.
way down on the list of getting money.
Right, right.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of liens on it already.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with it?
If that building, if we condemned that building and didn't have any help from the state to mediate it and so forth, we'd have to pay money out of pocket to tear it down and we'd never get it back.
We're right, we won't.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Jenkins
Yes, ma'am.
property?
Yes,
So that is a
And,
big old risk, big old risky building.
it is.
Yeah.
But so was American Drew, you know, that was a risk,
Mm-hmm.
and we, now we had a
We,
partner,
we
but,
did.
he was not a good partner, and he probably cost us a whole lot of money. And, but is there an owner at, Jenkins
Unknown,
unknown?
unknown. So
I
the
thought some
owner,
man had come to us about rezoning, and, did he go away? I thought he bought those buildings.
I think he may have been wanting to buy, but didn't because he realized how contaminated it was.
Okay.
I heard Scott Nape looked at them. That's my next question about that is, could we ask them to maybe try to put that on the market and sell it?
Well, we'd have to establish who's the owner first,
Yeah.
and the people who we think are the legal owners have no interest in owning it. And we know that because when we've reached out to them, they haven't reached back, and they haven't paid their taxes in years and years. And so even if they came forward and said, okay, I am the owner, rightful owner of this building, I inherited from my deceased parent, and I'll take responsibility for it, the first thing they'd have to do is pay tens of thousands of dollars in back taxes. So I don't think they're gonna come out of the woodwork anytime soon.
So you think if the town takes the risk of remediating the brownfield property, to get it back into private ownership again, that nobody's gonna come forth and take it back?
It depends on which brownfield program you use. One of the distinctions between the state and the federal program is the degree to which they indemnify future owners. And so we
Future owners.
future owners of the property. And so you'd want to find the program that offers the most protection for subsequent owners. Because no one wants to come in and buy a former polluted property unless they are indemnified from liability. And so we have to find which program was the best. And then we have to find some money of our own to match whatever the state or federal program, whichever one we uses requires. Now, before we did all that, we would have to establish ownership of the building. And both the IRS, state, and the county have liens on it. And none of them really want to foreclose because then they'd be responsible for doing this complex project to remediate it. And so the thing I've shared with them is that if they'd be willing to foreclose, we might be willing to buy the property for $1, take responsibility of it. But we'd only do that if we had work lined up by the brownfield grant. So we wouldn't buy it for $1 unless we had plans that we could reasonably execute on it. But even if we had those plans in place, it would still be a heavy lift for the county to get the federal government and the state government to waive their, they probably would, but it would require some work to waive their claims to the property. And for the county to then get it and transfer it to us for a low price.
I've heard there's activity there too. That like they're
There
using
is, and
buildings.
it's illegal.
Oh,
What kind of activity?
Someone's running like a body shop or something there.
Well, good for you, Wilson, for looking at this. I mean, this is a big, it's
Yeah,
a long.
that would be a
road to
big,
hoe.
long-term project, and, you know, it's one of the things that we've got some starter money in this recommendation for. Because the very first thing you do when you do a brownfield grant is you literally have to do an assessment of the property. And so the state, you know, experts would come in and say, well, you've got, you know, lead here, and you've got asbestos here, and whatever else there is. I don't know all the different nasty things that are in old buildings like that, but someone needs to know that. And so some experts come in. They're paid part with the grant, part with your local match. They do a thorough assessment of the building. They give you a report on what all it contains and the beginnings of a remediation plan. And you then use that information to apply for your bigger grant. You know, if it's Superfund level stuff and it's really dirty and it's going to cost $15 million to remediate, you need to know that before you go to the state, so you know that you're going to ask for $15 million. And so it's a several step process. And I think that the money we would appropriate in this budget would be enough to help us get through that first step.
Back to the demolition bond thing, I guess my thing is I'd like to see the town have a process in place that protects the town, but is not such a burden on people that need to demolish buildings to beautify the town that they don't do it.
Yeah, I think a fair insurance policy, however it's worked, to protect the town is the key. Because we did feel very nervous about the American Dream site.
Okay.
That is so exciting. I had no idea you were working on that.
It's intimidating and tough.
You know, the American Dream plant, I used to think, I was looking at that the rest of my life. And you know, we got it, plodded along and got it done. And even if nothing was ever built there, we're all better off.
Yeah, it was arguably probably bigger than this, was it not?
I don't know, it was just a.
It was big, it was like several
Yeah,
levels tall.
Yeah.
It was huge.
It's gonna get better. I mean, it's better. I mean, we got three on now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, it'll build up.
Yeah, it'll be,
Well, and if you don't start, you never finish. So good for
that's
you.
right, yeah.
So, you know, staff have been working on it slowly, but it hasn't risen to the top of our priority list just because we know that there's a lot of things that have to happen before we can even get to where we would come in. And also that it's a big risk to invest a lot of staff time on a property that you don't even own. Because you might not ever own it, in which case you can't do anything. So we've been working on it piecemeal here and there. We'll try to, you know, speed up our work a little bit in the coming year, but
Is it in such a floodplain that that will keep it from being used for anything much but a park or?
the floodplain, the fact that it's in a floodplain will complicate things. And it'll probably mean that the remediation has to be more serious. Maybe even, but this is where it gets too technical for me, but you might even have to like dig a moat around it and line that moat with the, like, I don't know what you call it, with some kind of layer to prevent the nasty chemicals that are in the soil from reaching into the river. I don't know. If it were up on a hill and it weren't around the waterway, it'd probably be a little simpler, but I think that you probably could redevelop it if you did that kind of serious remediation, but I'm not quite sure there's a market for that kind of property here right now at that cost. And so I think that turning it into green space, maybe a park where it's minimally invasive on the surface, is probably the best bet.
You'd think being right there on the river might help get grant money because awful lot of people drinking water that enclosed by that site.
Well, you could, build on the site if you paved it. Oh,
Yeah.
goodness,
You don't have basements.
right.
All right, so last thing on the agenda is just to sort of summarize what we went over today. And I'll go through my notes and you guys tell me whether I captured it right. So the priorities I read for the summary I read for the priorities was acceptable. The water and sewer budget, Michael wanted to know about how much delinquency we had. Bert wants to make sure we remember the Euclid Avenue project here in the coming years. In the general fund budget, a direction to see if we can come up with a new procedure for hiring off-duty cops. Andrew wants to make sure that even when the outdoor economy study comes down the pike, that we have our own plan that uses that outdoor economy plan as a reference. We all agreed that there needed to be some funds for beautification for Smoot Park. You all were okay with exploring more the concept of using some of our ARP for housing. But there was general consensus that we wanted it to be spent on stuff in town rather than on a pipe that might be used in other towns. Andrew wanted information on our analysis of the police compensation. So I'll pass that around.
Specifically just the start and control position.
Gotcha. Okay, everyone wanted some more information on our advertising program and marketing program. We'll investigate the bond policy. Looks like folks wanted us to start exploring what our reformatted fire department's going to look like. We added beautification to Main Street Park and other areas with existing resources. We reduced the nonprofit allocation by about 40,000, but we applied that towards some benches and some other beautification things downtown. And then, like I said before, the Smoot Park improvements from the capital reserve, general fund capital reserve fund.
Crystal did send me a text back. The benches at the marketplace was $9.81 each with personalization on them. It was a couple $100 for shipping, but that of course was in 2017. So I'm sure they increased some. About $1,000 per bench, and there's metal, steel benches.
I think that's about it. Connie, do you have any other notes that you noted?
Before we leave, back to Smoot Park. And I don't know how we could do it, but, and we were talking about housing, the housing development group. On Third Street. We have a lot of kids up there, and if we could come up with an avenue of being able to, I know we can get them to Main Street, Second Street, so to speak. If we could come up with a safe way to bring those children across to Smoot Park. I don't know how we could do that. I just throwing that out, you come up with the ideas. That way we could get the kids down there and they could use the park, Smoot Park, and they bring them down there now sometimes with that bus that they have. And let them play down there, but it would be a good trail for them to walk.
The trail's there, the trail's there now. They
Yeah.
just need a, Camp Finley suggested an over the street bridge.
It would be cute to step up and go across, step back down.
That'd be about what it'd have to be, 'cause otherwise it'd be like.
I wouldn't put my
Providence.
child by that road.
Well, either that or some stoplight of it, you stop.
I
Well,
wouldn't
it's-
trust that either.
I was gonna suggest, I think Pam's right, I'm hoping maybe he'd be willing to contribute some.
Well,
because
that'd be
those-
the best, yeah.
Those would be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I know.
But we have talked, and I think staff is dedicated to, when we do the Euclid Avenue project, and we have to clear out some of the right of way down there to lay the new sewer pipes, that when we're done, we extend the greenway over that cleared portion. And so that would connect Third Street residences down to Main Street. It wouldn't solve the problem of getting them across Second Street, but at least it.
Appreciate your work.
Yeah.
So the next step is I'll send out the information that you all want. And then I'll put together my recommended budget and present it to you in May. Ask you to call for a public hearing in June. The first meeting in June, whatever that date is, the 8th, I think. And hopefully take a vote on the budget that same night. If not, we'll be cut really, really close, which make Connie have another breakdown. So we'll try to get it done on June 8th. And if someone just has some huge objection or idea that they weren't comfortable sharing tonight, let me know, and I'll come up with a diplomatic way of presenting it to the whole board for consideration next time around.
What I can't imagine we missed anything.
No, I can't either.
I will apologize for rocking the boat a bit on the nonprofit things. I'm just not crazy about that process, but if I shook it up too much, I'm sorry.
You didn't, it's our job. We just all roll with it.
Everybody.
Roll with you.
Well, when I'm wrong, I'll apologize. so.
No,
You
you
don't-
don't.
you don't-
You have nothing to apologize
That's what
for.
we're here for, Andrew.
It all rolls down to the three people.
It is, it's up there, you know.
That being said, unless anybody else has anything.